Germany, the land of beer, sausage, pretzels, performance cars, and uvular frictives. If you were searching for any of these things and the YouTube algorithm sent you here, I apologize. We won't be featuring any of those on tonight's show. However, for the first time ever, we are featuring the German language Virtual Diplomacy League. Put on your Lederhosen, grab a Krambacher, and practice the chicken dance. It's time for League Night.
Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring a lot on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile boss. Ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, y'all. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
And greetings to our diplomacy friends around the world, and thank you all for watching League Night, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League and League Diplomacy throughout the year. My name is Brian. I'll be your host for tonight's show, and I am joined by a great group of analysts tonight, beginning with the venerable David Hood, host of Deadline News. Welcome, David.
Hey, glad to be here, Brian. Hey, folks.
We've got winner of the Summer Classic, Katie Gray. Katie, welcome back.
Hi, thanks, Brian.
And a now very familiar face to League Night viewers, Michalis Kamaridis, staying up, burning the midnight oil as always. Welcome back, Michalis.
Hi, always a pleasure to be here.
And if you are watching this as a recording, welcome and thank you for watching. If you're watching live, join in Dip Chat by going to our YouTube channel. Join in friendly and supportive conversations about the competitive game of diplomacy. Dip Chat's a great community to engage with and is my favorite part of each broadcast. Always enjoy the peanut gallery. We are just 3 months now into the 2023 DBN Invitational season, and we continue to have a lot of games played. Tonight, we're going to be covering 4 games from the Virtual Diplomacy League and 2 games from our feature league, the German Language Virtual League. But before we get to those games, let's take a look at some upcoming events that you can participate in soon. David, if you could introduce our upcoming tournaments.
Sure. These are the face-to-face events. The first one is when I'm running next weekend in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. It's the 52nd Annual North American Championships, the DipCon at DixieCon. We're looking forward to that. Same weekend over in the Bay Area in California, KublaCon is a general games convention. We've got Alex Amon running an event for diplomacy on the West Coast, which is awesome. The Regatta Open in Denver coming up in mid-July is a tournament that I'm really glad to see back in the circuit. It used to run years ago. It ran World DipCon and DipCon about 20 years ago, so it's great that event in Denver is back. The French National DipCon, another very long-standing national championship in that same weekend in July. Looking forward to seeing what happens there in the French hobby. ManorCon, speaking of names from the past, is a place that has run diplomacy events, again, for decades. Actually, the first World DipCon ever was held at ManorCon in 1988. Glad that it's back in Leicester the week of July 24th to 21 through 24th. Hope that we can get some UK hobby action going there. Gen Con is one of several games conventions where Tom Haver runs events for diplomacy, mainly teaching events for people that are learning the game. He's really good at that. Beginning of August would be a great time to go and try your hand at face-to-face if you've never done it before. But failing that, the same weekend, which is the first weekend in August, you can go to Boston for the Boston Massacre, another tournament that's been around a very long time. So we're looking forward to all of that. And then at the end of the summer, in the middle of August, as you can see the dates there, we've got the World DipCon, the World Diplomacy Championships, being held for the first time in Bangkok, Thailand. So that is an exciting event that we're all looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Yeah, it's just no shortage of opportunities to play tournament diplomacy. Really excited to see all of that. And there's a few that we didn't even get to mention. So you can definitely check out diplobian.com/schedules. And you can see a list of several other events. You can filter by region and type of event, like virtual or face-to-face or extended deadline. It's really trying hard to make that a good resource for everyone. In addition to all the tournaments, we have some upcoming leagues that you can participate in. Katie, can you talk us through those?
Yeah, so the first one coming up is tomorrow, May 21st. The next round, I think it's round 3 of the Tour of Britain. I know that it starts 9 Mountain Time, so I don't know what that means for everyone else. The Nexus Press Leagues are continuing on. One round starts May 22nd, which is Monday, and then also on June 5th, we're going to get another wave of that going. The French Diplomacy League is meeting on May 22nd and also on June 6th. And the German Diplomacy League, which is our featured league of the night, is also meeting on May 22nd, so on Monday. And just to note, you don't have to speak French or German to play in these leagues. It might help if you do, but you don't have to. And then finally, the next round of VDL will be in almost a month from now on June 17th.
All right. Thank you, Katie. Really, really glad to see all of the leagues in action. That is my favorite way to play this game. That's why I started this show. There is nothing quite like it's kind of a more relaxed feel, but it's still very competitive at the same time. It's just a really fun combination. So check those leagues out. Also, check out the online diplomacy leagues. You can do a search for those. They've got activities going on PlayDip, WebDip, and I believe Backstabber. And then there's a ton of extended deadline opportunities to play right now. The Olympus channel on Discord is a really good resource. So check out our site. Again, you can get links to all of those, and hopefully we can find a way that you can enjoy playing this game that we love so much. Tonight, again, we're going to look at the Virtual Diplomacy League and the German League. But before we get to that, just like to remind everybody to like the video and subscribe. Recently hit the 1,000 subscriber mark. Super happy and grateful for everybody subscribing. That 1,000 mark is very important for a YouTube channel, as that's about the time YouTube feels like they start to make money off of the channel instead of it losing money. And so they start promoting it more. And one of our goals is to grow this hobby and to try and expose this to other new players. We've had several new players find this game through the channel and become active parts of this hobby. So by doing that, this kind of helps grow the hobby and bring in players, and we really appreciate that. All right, let's transition now over to our first game of the night. Let's take a look at the Virtual Diplomacy League.
Do you want to do the standings first, Brian?
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings first. That's a good call. Thank you. Let me go ahead and pull those up. So, Michalis, why don't you talk to us about our standings?
So coming in at number 2, clearly the most important person on this list, that would be myself, 212 points. But really the standout is Ben Kelman, who 3 games in, 3 great scores, big lead already. That's somebody who's laid down a marker quite early on for I want to be on the top board. And some solid scores from 3 to 7 for Johnny Gillam, Peter McNamara, Jason Bennett, Jackson Roberts, and Wes Ketchum.
All right, and on the bubble, the top 7 players for the Virtual Diplomacy League will go to a championship game. So on the bubble, Katie, who are we looking at?
We've got Cody, who's in 8th, Rano, who's in 9th, Roni's in 10th, Stephen is in 11th, Hal Schild is in 12th, Nicola Telly is also in 12th. Could let Hal have it up for himself, and then Isaac in 14th. I'm not familiar with all these players, but we know Nicola can score high. I wouldn't be surprised to see him moving up And Steven's in the chat, so I'm rooting for him.
Awesome. Go, Steven. Thank you for joining us in chat. And that's such a solid group of players. What strikes me is that we're just 3 months in, and we've already got some heavy hitters, very frequent names already kind of at the top. But there's some challengers in there too, especially on that bubble, some newer players or players that have not had as much success throughout the past few seasons. So always fun to see new blood give the old guard a run for their money, especially our number 2 player. David, could you kind of talk us through what happened last week, kind of help set up the storyline of where the Virtual Diplomacy League stands today?
Absolutely. Let's talk about some of the names we just saw on those 2 lists when we talk about last month's action. There were basically 6 games in the VDL last month, and a couple of them I would call fairly pedestrian French board tops, where France has sort of dominated the game almost from beginning to end in a sort of perfunctory fashion. That was Nicolas Taillet had one of those, and Jason Bennett had one of those. But then there were a couple of other games that were really unusual. One of them was a Western triple, where Hal Shield, as the German, actually ended up at the very end topping the board, which is very unusual for a Western triple, unless it was that way planned from the beginning, which I don't think that one was. If I remember correctly, his last center was Bulgaria to top the board, and that's really something to show an EFG going that far. There was also Michalis Camarides right here on this screen had an excellent strategic game as England had a good relationship with France and then moved against France at exactly the right time, as I recall the game, to end up doing right above the Turks, which I think was Ben Kelman. Just sort of edged Ben out, which was interesting because Ben and Michalis had a game, I think, in the March game day in which they had shared a board top, and now here they are at 1 and 2. So the reason they're at 1 and 2 is because Ben, in the last game of the VDL last month, was able to pull a French board top, which was not exactly pedestrian. It was actually quite a touch and go thing there for Ben, but he ended up, I think, edging out one of the Eastern powers to take the board top in that one. But the last one I want to talk about, I want to feature, was the stone cold Estonian Raunoveski himself taking a Russian position to a very large board top. It wasn't Jackson Roberts' 16 center Russian board top from the first game day, but it was quite a dominating performance by Raunoveski, and I think we described it last month as his breakout game.
Yeah, but he's been kind of like nudging up. It's like showing us he's got all of that potential, and it's always good to see that player make that breakthrough. And I think we said similar things about Ben Kelman. Ben's been playing with us really since 2020, very first season of Virtual Diplomacy League. Always knocking around there, usually qualifies for the DBNI, but hasn't had that breakout success. This season, maybe a little bit different. So definitely a storyline to keep your eye on.
Four of the 6 players I just mentioned for the board tops are going to be at DixieCon next weekend.
Oh, fantastic. I just brief pause. DixieCon, one of the great diplomacy events out there, longest running diplomacy event out there. So if you have the opportunity, haven't signed up, do so. It's a really good event. But let's take a look now for the Virtual Diplomacy League. Let's take a look at our top 10 players according to their DBNI standings tonight. And I don't like that view. Let's do this one. Tim Crosby, Jason Massbaum, Nicolas Taillet, Christopher Ward, Johnny Gillum, Jason Bennett, Matthew Tatanchi, Zach Moore, Jackson Roberts, and Stephen Hogue are all participating. What we're looking at here are the DBNI rankings from last year. Zach and I and Brandon met and we discussed we're going to be releasing updated standings, the very first release of DBNI standings after DixieCon. So we're working on scheduling when that first countdown show will be, when we release those standings. So this will be the last look at last year's standings. That's a really, really fun group of players we get to watch tonight. And in our first game tonight, go ahead and bring that up. And let's see. Katie, would you introduce our players?
Sure. In Austria, we have Forest Green. In England, we've got Rano. France is Cody Green. Germany is Nicola Tallier. Italy is Nicola or Nicholas. I'm not sure which pronunciation that is. Yelta, I believe, is in Russia. And Christopher Ward is in Turkey.
And David, any storylines that you're looking for here?
Well, my are drawn to two of the names we just mentioned from last month, Nicola Taillet and Rana Vesky in England and Germany, right there next to each other, and both had excellent board tops last month. So that should be an interesting matchup there.
All right. Well, going to our first game of the night, VDL 136, Apiculture, actually, I think is how you pronounce it. I'm going to hold off on what this theme is and see if any of our analysts can guess after we start looking at the other game names. But we're going to begin now with our first look at our moves for tonight.
Okay, so starting in the west, we've got England opening fairly standard to Norwegian and North. France opening fairly standard except with a support to Burgundy. Germany and Italy are bouncing in Tyrolia. Austria's got the standard opening except with a DMZ and Gal. That might be called a hedgehog. I can't remember. Russia has a very standard opening as well. No, he doesn't. He's going north. Okay, and then a bounce in the Black Sea.
Yeah, the Galicia thing is of course very notable because how often do we not see the bounce in Galicia? I would say maybe 1 out of 5 times you see this, or 1 out of 6 times, something like that. Maybe that might even not be. It might even be less than that. So that's pretty fascinating. The bounce in Tyrolia, I have always wondered what the point of that was. It may just be if Germany's planning to hold anyway for whatever diplomatic reason, they really don't want to have any play on Belgium. They might as well do this to make sure nobody's in Tyrolia.
It's a Nicola and Nicola violence.
There can only be one.
All right. In the fall, we've got the convoy to Norway from England. And Germany is meanwhile supporting Russia into Sweden, and Russia moves to Finland, presumably so St. Petersburg can be open for a build. France takes Belgium, and then there's a bounce in Burgundy behind the mover to Belgium and takes Portugal with the fleet. Italy convoys the army to Tunis, and Austria supports themselves into Greece, manages to pick up Serbia and Greece, and Russia's army moves to Romania with support from Bulgaria, and the Black Sea remains open.
Both Russia and Turkey and Austria all think they're working with each other. Somebody's probably not. So it'll be interesting to see which way that goes. Is Russia going to work with Austria, or are they going to work with Turkey? The fact that the Black Sea is open really means something. If I were Italy, I wouldn't be all that happy here. So unless that bounce in Trieste was arranged or something, Italy may be looking for a friend here.
Reveal the Winter 1901 adjustments. And Katie, I'll let you call out anything that looks interesting to you here.
A lot of fleets going down. Everyone's building fleets except Austria. Russia does the North Sea fleet, indicates that they're going to continue going after England. And then we've got fleets in London and Brest, which may mean conflict between France and England. Well, on France's side, perhaps, Brest moves to the Channel. MAO is taken from Portugal. Meanwhile, Germany is putting the fleet in Helgoland, and Russia's Sweden, I think, moves to Norway. So Russia's got Scandinavia for now, but the North Sea's in Skagerrak. So we'll see how that plays out. In the east or in the south, Italy follows Austria into Trieste, and Turkey is bouncing out of Aegean and Eastern. and then just some holds between Russia and Turkey.
I was really interested in what Fleet Kiel was going to do here. Was it going to go to Baltic and side with England against Russia, or going to go to Helgoland and side with Russia against England? We see which one it was, but that was a pivotal move there, a pivotal decision for Nikolai to make, because E and R were already clearly going to fight each other. And the question was, which way was Germany going to go?
So the interesting one to me is Nikolai supporting himself into Ruhr. Katie, what's your take on that? Do you think that's a potential sign of conflict between the two, or something else?
I think Germany is Nicola's basically declared war on England. If he wants to also declare war on France, maybe he could pull that off. It could just be that they agreed to DMZ Burgundy and he wanted to, I don't know, negotiate from a position of strength. He likes to do that. I'd be pretty surprised to see a lot of conflict between France and Germany, though, after they both moved so hard against England.
David, the question I have for you in the East, Nicola moving into Trieste, do you get a sense that perhaps Nicholas was made a deal, or do you think that's a sign of conflict?
I do not think that's a sign of conflict. I think that's probably some kind of deal. The move I find the most interesting is the self-bounce in Galicia, honestly, because it looks like A and I are going to be working together or trying to work together against Turkey. So the question becomes, what do you do with Russia? And Russia supporting Bulgaria, and Austria is not going against Russia. So this is a very sort of static situation in the East unless something drastically changes, which it will need to, because otherwise it's going to be stasis.
Yeah, that can sometimes be advantage Western powers if they're on the same page and the East is basically deadlocked.
Although if you're the East, you can afford this a little more if the alliance structure is FG against England, because they're moving away from the line, not towards the line. The stalemate line, I mean.
Yep.
All right. In the fall, we've got Germany taking North Sea with support from France and the English Channel. Ruhr taps Belgium with Holland support, but Picardy is supporting Belgium. I have to assume that was planned. Russia keeps Norway and puts the army in Sweden. And yeah, it's not looking great for England, with France also moving to Irish Sea. So this is it's a sea lion, right? I think the sea lion is when Germany's fleet ends up in North, but regardless, it's everyone against England. In the East and the Southeast, not a lot of, Italy gets their fleets to Eastern Med and Ionian, while Turkey takes Aegean. But it looks like Russia still is not helping the AI take out Turkey. Just like
unlike the West, where there's a three-way against the Wicked Witch of the West, there is not a three-way against the Wicked Witch of the East, because Yelty has not gone that direction. Wardy had a decision to make here: keep trying to bounce in Eastern Med, or do something about Aegean, or defend Bulgaria. In case he was worried about Bulgaria being attacked without Romania supporting it. Decides to support himself to the Aegean. Maybe he doesn't care about that fleet in Eastern Med, since he's got that army down in Smyrna. But there were, guesses to make here when you're facing an AI.
Yeah, a little bit of a risk there to leave Bulgaria unsupported. So good tactics there by Christopher Ward. Let's see if that pays off. Take a look at those adjustments and move on to the spring.
Okay, in the spring, we've got France convoying from Belgium to Liverpool. That's fun. I've not seen that too often, with Germany filling in to Belgium behind from Ruhr. And Russia has built another fleet at North Coast. So Russia is making a play. He wants to be involved in the North. He wants to say how things go down. He moves into Norwegian, and the fleet backfills to Norway. So I think he's going to get that say. And in the East, it seems like he has made a decision. Well, he's moved to Black Sea, but he's still supporting Bulgaria, so could still be supporting Bulgaria forever. The AI gets an Italian fleet into Aegean, but Wardy has a retreat available in Smyrna, and Bulgaria is still hanging on.
I wanted to call out Wardy moving to Syria there, knowing he was going to need a place to retreat for that fleet. I think that's just really good tactical sense. Again, the thing that screams at me on this particular board, in addition to the cool convoy to Liverpool, which is awesome and couldn't be stopped, is the self-bouncing Galicia. Austria is making a play here to try to keep Russia on side, even though Russia's not helping take down the enemy. That is an interesting decisions being made there.
So, David and Katie, you both probably know I tend to get the little devil whispering in my ear on my from my shoulder. And at this point, if I were Russia, it would be really tempting for me to try and bottle up Austria and partner up with Italy from this position. Katie, any thoughts on that, pros and cons?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got the ability to do that. Wintergreens are fun. I think he's making a lot of progress in the north, and it's risky for Russia to go up fast. He may become a target, but he may have the diplomatic ability to do that with staying friendly with Turkey, and he could. I'm not sure I would. I think he's focusing in the north, but
he is making progress in the north from a positional point of view. You can see in the fall move here. But how fast is he really going to get a center? And I think he's decided he can get a center faster in the east, hasn't he, Katie?
He has. He has convoyed to Ankara. I love convoys across the Black Sea, although I'm sorry to Wardy that it's happened to him. The same term, Bulgaria goes to Austria, and the AIR are moving to the line. So Tyrolia and Bohemia, Germany's going to have to think about Munich. Yeah, Turkey may not be long for this world.
Yeah, and then if that really is AI going to the line, is it really that, or is it AIR going to go to the line? In which case, is there a German and Russian war coming? They've been friendly up to now. That's going to be the real decision here, is what happens, because England's just about dead here. They've lost everything except Edinburgh. So it's time for what's the next step in the West?
I have to assume that Russia and Germany were not on the same turn this page. Russia's tapping north, but it's not like he thought north was going to move to Eddie, because Norwegian was trying to go to Eddie with support from France. So I think France is on. This looks to me like France is going to help the AIR, but he's not going against Germany himself. I'm not sure, but I think that this is already some conflict between Russia and Germany.
Could be.
Yeah, that we've got. In chat, did Sweden support SCAG to Denmark? And if we look at the orders, they did. So I wonder if that means anything.
I think it means something. Yeah.
All right, we got England dropping 2 with France, Germany, Austria, each building 1. Christopher Ward also having to drop 1 in Turkey. Take a look at those adjustments, and then spring of 04.
Yeah, I think I was going to say Wardy probably got rid of Khan. He thought it was going to get pipped anyway, but he managed to hold on to the center for now. So it must have been arranged. I mean, there's so much coordination between AIR moving towards Marseille, towards Munich. I think that the bounce must have been arranged. In the north, France walks into Eddie. Okay. So Skagerrak tried to take Denmark with support from Sweden, but Kiel was supporting Denmark, so it didn't go. And France supports North Sea from London. Okay, interesting. While moving to Burgundy and Marseille. So moving to Burgundy from Piedmont. So I think that's Picardy, from Picardy. So not the most anti-German.
No, but also not the most well-oiled FG machine either, because what's all this supporting business into Ruhr and Burgundy? And the French really would rather be in Gascony and Burgundy right now, not Paris and Burgundy.
There's no reason for Belgium to support Holland to Ruhr. I mean, it was uncontested, right? So I don't think that means anything, but I was really thinking about if I was France, if it was an FG,
clear FG that was getting ready to clearly move towards the east, then what's Fleet Irish Sea holding for? as opposed to
Yeah.
going to North Atlantic, for example, because the Russians are up there to deal with. I don't
Mhm.
know. There's some goofy moves here if there's truly a strong FG. And Austria has put themselves in a position putting a fleet in Ionian. I mean, you don't often see that in an air, have that Austrian fleet go out to sea like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of trust from Italy. Or you know,
Yeah, we'll find out if that trust pays off in fall of 1904.
it does so far. Yeah, Tyrrhenian Sea moves to Gulf of Leon and Ionian follows. Doesn't take a stab at Tunis or Naples. In Turkey, Russia's got Constantinople, and that's about it. Wardy still manages to keep Smyrna for this year. Austria is moving back. Austria is turning around. Bohemia and Tyrolia are both moving east. So we'll see what happens there. And then in the north, we've got still no progress against Denmark between England and Russia. France keeps Eddie. Irish Sea moves to NAO. Germany takes Munich.
See, if I think France would like to have already been in Gascony, so they could have moved down to Spain here instead of being a beat behind. That's the point I was making earlier. But the Austria and Russia thing's interesting. I mean, Bulgaria going to Khan, but the Russians taking that with support means they're not on the same page. They're certainly not on the same page anyway because of Galicia and Vienna. So something definitely, the wheels have come off the cart here somehow.
I think Nicola got in his head.
It's possible, yeah.
He does that.
Yeah, that screams. I mean, if I'm Yalti here, I can't take this any other way than Austria's attacking me. I see no other way to.
Although it's a fall attack where you don't gain anything is not great.
Yeah. Especially if Russia is building.
Yes.
All right, so it's winter of 1904. We'll play Who Do You Like? Katie, I'll start with you. You get to pick one power to take over this position to win the game. Who would you choose?
Well, it'd be cliche to say France. I think I would pick Russia because I think it's not often that Russia has the ability to work in the north, and I think that he's still got some diplomatic play with France. I just think Russia's position is more interesting. France's is probably stronger, but I think Russia's is interesting, and I think he's still got Wardy maybe as a janissary. He's got a clear, Austria made the first move, so he's got a clear opportunity to go and take some Austrian dots if he can manage. If he puts a army in Warsaw, I think I'd pick Russia.
David?
Well, anytime you got France and they already have all of England, and they don't have anybody. I mean, they got a fleet Lyon, fine, but they've got the force to fight to hold off the AI. I think, and there's trouble in paradise in the east. I think I would pick France.
But that's boring, David.
although I would never count Nicolas Taillet out in any position, particularly this one.
Yeah,
where there's conflict on both sides. France is facing something in the south. Russia's facing something in the south.
Yeah, Nicola, winner of Virtual Diplomacy League, so definitely has the chops to pull out a come from the behind victory. So there's a question in chat. Steve Hogue asks, I wonder if Austria stabs Italy next year. My concern, and I don't know if Austria actually cares about this, it seems like that would advantage France quite a bit if that were to take place. David, what's your thought on Austria? Perhaps this is a feint, not actually moving against Russia and trying to make Italy comfortable here.
Well, if it's a feint, I think it was a feint to try to get Germany and France to fight each other. I don't think it had anything to do with Italy. I think if it, and maybe that is what this was a feint to try to get that to happen. And maybe that will happen. I don't know what Taillet is getting ready to do here, although he's a pretty patient player. So I don't know that he's going to go off on a tangent. I do think there's some chance Austria is going to consider doing this if they make up with Russia, if this either was a feint to begin with or they make up with Russia and they decide they just want to change the equation a little bit and hope that Taillé joins in an anti-French crusade. We all know that France in this, but I know it totally was cliche. Okay, you're right, but France in this position can be really strong and hard to deal with.
Yeah.
So this might be the time for everybody to decide to do that. Now, if Italy's on board with that, then maybe you don't stab. I don't know, but if I'm Austria, you may just try to do it because you can become Italy. You know, you can take over their stuff and then build some units. It's hard to do that. I've said this 5,000 times on this show, but it's hard for Austria-Russia to really have a workable alliance because you don't have fleet strength in the Mediterranean.
Oh, spring 1905. Let's see what happens.
The
All right. Yeah. Okay, I'll start in the north. Germany moves to Baltic. I think this. Well, I don't know. Okay, FG looks okay, but then I don't know why Brest is going to English Channel. And then in the east, we've got Austria getting into Romania, although this is the spring. I don't know. He may or may not hold it. And then, yeah, it looks like Russia is okay with using Chris Ward as a janissary. He's still got Turkish help. And then, yeah, Austria and Italy both moving their fleets back east. Not fighting France at all. Nobody's fighting France. Good for France.
And France is not fighting anybody else. There's lots of holds up there. I mean, I'm not saying you could have done a whole lot of creative stuff necessarily, but Brest in the English Channel means that he's not expecting. I don't think Cody's expecting his main theater of operations to be the Mediterranean.
Yeah. That was bold. You got AI fleets in your south, and you're just moving Brest up to the English Channel.
And then taking Tunis in the fall like nobody's business.
And helping Russia into North Sea. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so Russia moves into north from Norwegian at the same time. Germany does take Sweden from Baltic. I think it's I don't. Yeah, I think the FG is over, or at least for now. And we do have Russia actually taking back Romania, but also Austria walked out, didn't really try to defend it. They blew up the Italian fleet in Eastern Med. And then I don't know what those supports are doing. Bulgaria is supporting something to Khan. Smyrna, maybe? Smyrna. Okay, so Austria's trying to get that Turkish unit helping out, but I think Wardy decided that he was going to stick with Russia and hope it works out.
Well, AI back on track here with the Italian fleet leaving Greece to the Aegean and not staying there. Maybe it was never off track. But man, does Nicola Swak hate the fact that he didn't cover Tunis here.
Yeah, about Tunis. Maybe it was a mind game thing, right? He was like, well, he's obviously gonna not go for Tunis because he thinks I will, so he'll go for Tyrrhenian. So
I think we got a tactical / strategic decision to focus here on, which was why did the Russians not go Norway to Sweden in support of Finland to bounce that? Instead, they used a support with Norway to support Norwegian in the North Sea when it actually didn't turn out to even be necessary. So they've lost Sweden for no reason. They were making sure they took North Sea in a fall turn versus defending Sweden. That's an interesting decision to make. It might be the right one, but that is another bold decision being made here. You typically don't prioritize position over centers in a fall turn.
Yeah, he can take it back next year, but he's going to have to disband something. So.
It's the North Sea, though, David. I mean, I've heard people say North Sea is worth 2 centers at least. So maybe it's a gambit.
You should put those 2 centers on his little chart over there.
Well, how is he not going to take the North Sea the next spring anyway, is my point. If he really was with France, there's 2 frickin' French fleets and 2 frickin' Russian fleets, and there was nobody to support the North Sea for the Germans. So to me, that was quite a bold decision to make, is all I'm saying.
Well, the net result is +1 for Germany, -1 for Russia. Look at our orders here. Ooh, another fleet from France, army in Kiel, and Yelty choosing to disband the army in Finland. Katie, what is the impact of those adjustments?
I guess it's Germany and Russia being friends again. Maybe Sweden was arranged. I don't know. Maybe Germany said, I just need one build, and you don't need that army up there. Let's do this and DMZ the North. Maybe he's still playing the France is the biggest leader. We've got to get him card.
It's a pretty good card. That's a pretty good card.
Yeah, it's a good.
Yes.
Not a lot of progress in the north. I'm seeing a lot of red arrows. But then Italy and Austria do work together to take back Tunis from France. Let's see. They also work together to take Khan from Russia. And more Russian and Austrian fighting again. There's a lot of flip-flopping going on in this game.
Well, the Italian fleet getting into Khan could be really important. There's no Russian fleet touching the Black Sea.
Yep.
So the Black Sea, an important region as well, that now has the potential for at some point in the game being occupied by an Italian fleet.
I want to give a shout out to Sheik in our chat. Nicola can easily say he's the key to stopping France. That was a couple turns ago. So called it. We've got a shift in our alliance structure. Will it last?
I don't know. I don't know if Russia and Germany is on the same page. I mean, Germany could easily just be covering Sweden and planning the North was not going to not make it to Norwegian, right? So he could just be covering from behind. And he is still trying to get into Burgundy. So there's still some conflict between France and Germany. In the east, we've got Italy, Russia's army taking back Khan, but Italy retreats to the Black Sea. Italy is also getting a build from Tunis. This is a fun position for Italy to be in. They've got only five dots, but they're in the Black Sea. That's pretty fun. We'll see how that works out with the AI. Warsaw moves to Galicia. Romania is held.
Italy is often strung out, Katie. Italy is often strung out in a game of diplomacy. This is a really strung out Italian position.
Yeah.
Tunis, Piedmont, Bohemia, Black Sea.
That's true, yeah.
It's quite a strung out position.
Yeah, nothing on their dots, really, except for Tunis, I guess. But
so with two French fleets in the Med, is Italy, do they need to build another fleet, or are they going to build an army here?
They really need one of each, and they don't have the ability to do that. I think you got to build a fleet.
Yeah, I think you build a fleet, and I think you just hope that the AI sticks together. And I mean, I don't think Austria has a huge incentive to turn on Italy, but we'll see how.
Bohemia needs to come home. Come home, Bohemia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, winter of 1906.
Oh, the French were losing one for Tunis.
Yeah.
So look what decision they made.
Interesting.
So even better to have the fleet. Now move against France. I don't know.
Wow, I wonder if that changes any of the rubric for the decisions on who allies with who in the East. Definitely shows where Cody's priorities are. Spring of 07.
Yeah. Yes, priorities definitely in the north, but he's not making any progress against Germany. He does not take north. Yeah, that the fleet in Clyde just support holding Eddie. I mean, I understand it, but it's kind of a bummer. I think he's not making a lot of progress, and at the same time, Germany's got an army in Picardy, so that's going to create some. I mean, France can cover everything, but maybe he might lose He may lose Burgundy this year. In the east, we've got Vienna to Galicia, and Russia takes Bulgaria. South coast, it's the spring. I don't know. We'll see if he keeps that. That's all I got.
His position's really messed up because of the Italian fleet in the Black Sea. There's just no way around that. I very much support the idea of France leaving the Mediterranean and Italy not going to Tyrrhenian Sea here. I didn't really understand why Cody took Tunis to begin with. I couldn't figure out what he was trying to accomplish with. He's got enough going on in the north. Why even have a war in the south? maybe he doesn't have one anymore.
Yeah. Stephen just pointed out that Russia supported France to north, which is kind of weird. I mean, yeah, it's really weird because English could have helped that too, and it would have gone. So.
Yeah, North Sea. Nobody thinks that's an important space.
Let's see if there's any
you.
fallout from that.
What in the heck? It's because
right.
I missed that the Germans were in Picardy. I'm sorry. I should have paid attention.
Yeah, so English moves to Brest to try to bounce it, but then Germany's in English Channel, which, I mean, it's not North Sea, but it's fun. It's interesting. France has a lot of units around though, so I think France can cover pretty well. Although Italy's fleet in Tunis is moving to Western, maybe to mess with them a little bit. He's always tapping Marseille from Piedmont, so I don't think Italy's focusing on France, but they're not exactly getting along. And then in the east, something gets to Romania. Galicia gets to Romania with support from Black and Bud and Serbia. And Russia holds on to Bulgaria, but loses Romania and it's piffed. The army's piffed.
Now, see, here's an example where I think, again, looking at the Franco-Italian relationship in the Mediterranean, I'm not sure why Nicolas Swak would want to go and pick the scab with the French. Why? You've got the French moved back. Go use your units to win the battle against the bad guys in the east, the Russians and the Turks. Yeah. So, and the Bohemia's just holding.
Yeah, Bohemia. It would probably, if I were Italy, make me a lot more comfortable for Bohemia to be at least in Tyrolia, maybe Venice or Trieste.
Yeah. Russia builds one army in Moscow, brings us to the back part of this game, beginning in spring of 1908.
All right. Well, Bohemia does move, but it moves to Galicia. So Greece takes Bulgaria with support from the Black Sea. Yep. So that Russian fleet is piffed, right? Can't go anywhere. Yes. So Russia has no more southern fleets, and it's looking a lot better for the AI. Wardy's still hanging on in Smyrna. Go Wardy. In the north, that's how is that not arranged? I don't know. But Sweden moves to Denmark. Norway takes Sweden. Norwegian to Norway. Germany's back in north. France is in Skagerrak. Let's see. That's it.
We usually see that in the Balkans, and we call it a dipsy doodle. I'm not sure what we call it if it's in Scandinavia like that. AI has things turned around their way, but do they have time for that to matter now? It's 1908. They have a few more turns. They got a few more turns left, but do they have time for either one of them to get bigger than France? I guess they do if Germany makes some progress against France.
It's such an interesting position. We'll talk about this in a minute. I'll shut up. We'll do one more turn, and then we'll talk about this interesting position.
All right. Okay, that's pretty fun. We've got Belgium convoying again to England, this time going to London and taking it from France. At the same time, Burgundy takes Marseille with help from Piedmont. So things are coming up. Nicola, he's losing Sweden, but he's gaining too. And he's still in north. So you would have liked to see Skagerrak support Eddie to north. Oh, well, didn't happen. All right. In the east, Germany is helping Italy into Warsaw. Is that what's happening? So Italy takes Warsaw, and Italy takes Smyrna. So Italy is going up too also. And Austria is keeping Bulgaria. Yeah, not looking good for Russia anymore, really.
And Russia holding in Sweden is the most interesting move, as opposed to going ahead and supporting the French into Denmark, which is clearly what France was expecting and would probably have been better for Russia. I mean, at this point, I know this is a balance of power game here, but Russia's got to be thinking France is no longer the power. I know he didn't know these moves were going to succeed that the Germans were doing, but certainly the German position had gotten a lot better against the French, particularly with the Italians poking around down there. So I'm not sure that Russia's made the right decision here. I mean, they took Sweden from the Germans. Why not take Denmark from the Germans?
Yeah.
Oh, David, your prognostication coming to fruition here. We've got Nicolas Taillet coming out on top at this point in the game. I think we got Peter calling out Central Powers Alliance. It's one of my favorites in the game. It's so difficult to see. It's not necessarily the best for trying to solo a game. I mean, it can, but it's really it can be really effective in time game like this. So always fun to see. We'll start with David this time. Are you sticking with your previous pick of Nicolas Taillet to top this board?
Well, I think I picked France and then said Nicolas had a good shot.
Yeah.
So in the question, at the time, I think my point was, is Nicolas going to somehow figure out a way to get the better of France? And he has, at least so far, with Italian help. This is a diplomatic game. So maybe it's a central alliance. Maybe it's just a series of bilateral alliances. It's sort of unclear. But Taillet certainly has everything going his direction diplomatically right now. I think the question is, and I'm back to Yelty, it's time to switch back and go in with the French. So we'll see if it's even too late to do that or not at this point, with the Germans building and the French removing one. I mean, maybe that the real question here is anybody going to stop Nicolas Taillet now?
Katie, who's your pick at this point in the game?
I think it's got to be Nicola. I mean, Italy is on 7, which is cool, but it's Smyrna all alone and Warsaw all alone. It's really funny. I really like it. Yeah, I don't think Russia is gonna last very much longer, assuming this AI sticks together, and I think that they will. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't, unless someone gets greedy or something. But yeah, I think Nicola Taillet, probably one of the Nicolas, I think is going to come out on top. I think it'll be Germany, but I really like this Italian position. It's super fun, and if he can top from here, that'd be cool.
And it's hard to see why Forrest would stick with it if he's not going to have a shot himself, and he's going to have a shot if he wants to take stuff from the Italians. So we'll see if that happens.
All right, spring of 1909.
All right, spring of 1909, bounces everywhere. London moves to York, which moves to Eddie, which was Norwegian. So those aren't bouncing, but okay. France self bounces an MAO, fine. Germany moving against France still, not getting into Burgundy, but has support from Italy. Russia takes back Warsaw. So Nicolas Taillet is not completely on board with Italy being in Warsaw. It's kind of funny, right? It's like, here, you gave me Marseille, but you can't keep Warsaw. Anyway, Austria is moving to Galicia from Vienna and takes Caen from Aegean. So now there are 2 fleets on Black Sea, but they're both in the AI. And Russia, gaining Warsaw, losing Caen. It's still the spring, but they're not going to get Caen back. So,
yeah, I was just looking to see if you could argue. I really think a way to describe this game so far is that people are making pretty good decisions back and forth. I don't know that we have said, except for some minor things like the Sweden not supporting the French into Denmark just now. I'm not sure we've really been talking about it. Well, this person really didn't see this correctly or whatever. I think that everybody's playing this reasonably well so far. I'm enjoying watching this game because of the back and forth. I mean, look at the squiggles there in the middle of the supply center chart.
Yeah. It's a very dynamic game. And I want to give a shout out to Nicholas and Forrest for showing such commitment to the AI. There were several points in the game where I felt like one might have an opportunity to move on the other, particularly when Nicholas was so spread out as Italy. I don't know if it's going to pay off with the board top or not, but they've definitely turned it into something very effective, much more effective than it was earlier in the game. So good on them.
Yeah, so in the fall, we've got France taking north with Russian help, and Germany moving armies back east. But north took Eddie, so Germany is going up one, but it's lost north, so I guess that's -1. Is that what that means? We've got France take. Oh, sorry, no, France does not take back Marseille. Italy moving the Second Fleet west. So there is still some France, Italy, sorry, some Germany, Italy cooperation. And then Austria is just moving armies up, going after Russia. There's a little sort of trade-off in Turkey where Austria and Khan moves to Ankara, and then Smyrna moves to Khan. So that's going to be the end of Russia being in Turkish centers. Yeah.
You know, this is the second time that this has happened. And y'all, I understand that you don't always have to go for centers in the fall and position in the spring, but this is the second time that taking the North Sea in the fall has been prioritized over defending a center. And I didn't like it either time. Centers actually do matter. Position does matter, but centers also matter when you're this razor thin with each other and you need every single unit. The fact that the Germans were able to build the last time they lost North Sea, they're going to build this time they lost the North Sea, and that didn't have to happen either time. I just didn't like the tactical decision.
Yeah, especially with the fans, yeah.
All right, winter of 1909. Depending on the speed at which the players are playing this game, could potentially be the last turn. Games in the Virtual Diplomacy League are time limited. If they're moving particularly quick, they can get up to usually 1911. If they're playing slow, 1909. Usually most games are ending in 1910. So going into this turn, it's either going to be the end of the game or likely the last turn of the game. So it's a horse race. We do have a slight advantage for Nicolas Taillet by 2 centers, but we've got a resurgent AI. There's lots of centers to be had by all of the powers in competition. Really curious. I have no idea how this game is going to end. 1910.
All right, in 1910, we've got okay. So AI is sticking together, Ankara moves to Armenia and Khan to Aegean. So the fleets are leaving. They are DNZing Turkey. AI is sticking together. Venice is moving up to Tyrolia, and Germany has taken Silesia, which retreated to Bohemia. But Germany is yeah. I mean, it's not really anti-Italy, right? But I think Nicola is trying to cement his board top, cement his position, make sure he's able to defend what he's got. Russia loses Sev from Ukraine, so and it's disbanded too. Wow, Russia's been having a lot of armies popped, or a lot of units in general piffed this game. France is sort of just in a hold pattern. So Brest didn't move. You'd think they'd at least maybe tap English Channel or something. North didn't have an order. I don't think. Maybe he didn't get the moves in on time. Yeah, and you've still got Italy supporting Marseille. Italy is being so nice to Nicola. I don't know if he deserves
I think
that.
France is also Cody. I think Cody's also being nice to Nicola on purpose. Didn't he just disband the unit he had that could have defended Liverpool? I think he's thrown himself in with the Germans and said, "Nicola, I'm going to help you top."
Yeah.
It's interesting. I wonder who is France trying to punish in that case?
He may just be trying to reward good play. Thinks that Nicola played well. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Right. Potentially the final turn of the game.
All right. Well, final turn of the game, we've got Germany taking Liverpool from France. So he's going to be up another one. Austria keeps Sevastopol, and Italy does not gain a center. So I guess right now it's Germany, Austria, then Italy in terms of powers. France moves North Sea to the Channel. Germany's pulling back, I think, just to go defensive, make sure he doesn't lose Belgium or Holland or anything that could get a center away from at the end of the game. Romania moves to Ukraine, so they may. No, it's the fall. So if they have another year, I guess they could maybe get Warsaw or something, but probably not.
They call this game diplomacy for a reason. Nikolai was ahead, and nobody was against him in 1909. I'm sorry, in 1910. If nobody's against you, and nobody's really against you. I mean, Sweden's attacking Denmark with no chance or something. But other than that, the Italians are not trying to do anything to the Germans, for example. The Italians and the Austrians, the only people that could get him out of the first place, and they didn't even try to do it. Didn't try to take Marseille. Could have defended Marseille.
Well, that does end the game. Nicolas Taillet comes out as the board topper. Katie, story of the game for you.
I liked this AI comeback. I mean, neither of them got the top out of it. They were both just shy of Nicholas. Germany. He played a great game. He's got all of England now. I like that. England was completely taken over by France, and now it's completely German. But I really liked the AI. It wasn't the most efficient in terms of getting them the top or having them completely dominate the board, but they stuck together and they carved out, that portion of their board. And I think it was cool. It was fun to watch, like, Italy be spread out, and yeah, it was fun.
David.
I agree, it was fun to watch, but it was too slow to matter in terms of taking the top. And a reason it was too slow is because the Russians did not join in the beginning. They intentionally slowed things down, if you remember, and sided with the Turks, and then later on, of course, had the Turks as a janissary. So unlike the situation with Nikolai, where he really didn't have, once he outguessed and out-tacticked his French and Russian enemies, there wasn't anything, nobody even tried to stop him from topping the board.
Yeah, can I say something about Russia not helping against Turkey? I think it's interesting because he was probably trying to play slow and see how it worked out and decide on a side. But I think what he did was force Italy and Austria to work together very closely. And so, I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I've seen this happen before, where they start to get used to talking to each other. They form a relationship, and then they're like the primary of the AIR. They're the primary two who are together, just because Russia was kind of involved in the north, not really helping out, just like hanging out. So I think diplomatically, it's kind of risky to do that, because you're giving two people the chance to form a relationship that's not going to break in your favor.
I think that's a great point.
Well, at the end of the day, a little known fact, Nicolas Taillet is good at diplomacy. Another complete game by Nicolas, a balance of good tactical, strategic, and primarily diplomatic win, in my opinion, for Nicolas this game. Well played. Katie, thank you for joining us. We're going to give you a break, and we're going to bring Michalis onto the stream. Michalis, welcome back.
Hi.
And what do you say we get to another game? That was really fun. It's going to take a lot to top that one, but I will be here for it. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Let's get to our next game.
I'd say that one's also, it was quite a good game for learning. Every deal that Nicolas Taillet made was sort of 55-45 in his favour. And so even though he was making lots of deals with different people, and you then look back at it afterwards, it's all added up to that top in the end, whereas any one of those things that's just ever so slightly in his favour, that's what's led to him being on top at the end of the game.
That, and the fact that nobody even tried to get him away from being at the top at the end of the game. It wasn't even an attempt for anybody else to go after it. If you convince everybody that you're going to win, then you will win.
All right. I am adjusting one setting real quick, and here we go. David, why don't you introduce our players?
Christopher Ward, staying in the East this time with the second game at this time as Austria. Raunoveski was England, I think, in his last game. Isaac Yukas as France. Zachary Moore coming into this as Germany. Johnny Gillam playing Italy. Smarty Person as Russia. And Tim as Turkey from Europe. An interesting collection of folks here with some people that, don't play as much perhaps as others do. And then you've got people that have been playing a lot with each other. So this should be fun.
Yeah, it's good to see Wardy back. I haven't seen him in any games for a little while, so good to see him back in the
Well, he was in that last game, but not much.
Yeah.
You maybe didn't know it. But, all right, McCallus. I mean, I'm sorry, David. Why don't you take us through our first turn here?
Let's start in the east. We see the Venice to Trieste. That's usually a borrowing situation where they're borrowing it. Second game in a row, we're seeing a demilitarized Galicia, and we've even got a demilitarized Black Sea. So this is quite an east we have. In the west, we have English Channel from England. So this is a very different game from even though they both have Galicia DMZ'd in both of these games, this is a very different set of opening moves. And we got the French move where you put 2 armies on Belgium, one of my favorite French openings.
Yeah, I wonder how much of Rauno opening to the channel this time is him remembering his game from the previous round where he was England and an FG came straight at him and him just going, right, that ain't happening again. That's my goal. This game, I am not having that happen. So, because it's not an heavily anti-French move with you putting the army in Yorkshire rather than Wales. So it's sort of quite a common gunboat thing where you just open there. Nobody's gone there except me. Fine, I can play on Belgium. Not so great when France puts 2 on Belgium, if that's the plan, though. For Austria, this is... I don't mind making the Galicia DMZ if Russia's opening north. I don't love making it if Russia's still opening south. That's generally my...
Yeah, but they're open into Romania. That's about as not antagonistic to the Austrians, or at least not threatening to the Austrians as you can be. We don't see this opening very much. When I first started playing this game, we did see this opening a lot more than we see it now. We hardly ever see it now.
Yeah, one of the, or actually the founder of the Window City Weasels, the club that I try to play with. I don't get as much opportunity of late, but Jim O'Kelly founded that club, and this was his favorite opening as Russia. It's been a difficult one for me. I feel like I'm committing very early, and I don't have a lot of forward momentum. So David, you've seen this played a lot. What's the follow-on typically from this, the idea here strategically for Russia?
To be honest, what usually happens is a tie-up between AI and RT, with Russian fleet Romania not being able to do very much because it can't go inland. That's what mostly happens. So the other thing I have seen happen, and I've said this before in this show, sometimes you end up with some deal where the Russian fleet gets piffed and turned into a useful army instead of a useless fleet. But all of that involves a very strong RT trustful alliance, or an AI or AR alliance of some kind.
With Turkey bringing the fleet to Khan as well, you have to look at that as, is Bulgaria open for being taken by an AR here? I've done that before last season in VDL, and there's a danger for Tim here.
True. You can also do this, which is just go to the Black Sea in the fall and move the armies in. That doesn't necessarily mean that Russia is jettisoning Turkey, but we'll see. Otherwise, you have the Italians going to Aegean because they've gotten Trieste, doing that gambit where you're blocking the Turkish move. In the West, we have everybody thinking the Germans ought to own Belgium because everybody's supporting them there. And the French do what I would say, and I don't like the word always, almost always you should not take Spain north coast with a fleet. It's hard to see why that would be any better than doing Portugal and having that already been taken. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter, but it's an unusual thing to see happen, actually.
Yeah, I mean, France, not only have they taken Spain north coast, but having put 2 on Belgium, perhaps realizing they wouldn't get it, they haven't taken it. So they've actually ended up with just 1 build in 1901, and that build's not Portugal. So they've still got to take that and be out of the way at some point. So that's a pretty catastrophic first year for France, and a pretty catastrophic year for everyone if Zach Moore's building 3.
Well, there's something to that. And you know, you also, if you're French, you can't build in Brest.
So we've got, it's possible that was an interface issue. Perhaps the intent was to move to Spain's south coast instead of north coast and just clicked on the wrong coast.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point.
It's
That
true.
is something that could definitely happen on electronic and doesn't ever happen face to face.
I'd say that's harder to happen with Spain. It's a bit more obvious there, whereas I mean Bulgaria is usually the one where you have the real coastal issues where they're so close together on the interface.
All right. Well, result is +3 for tournament director, or not tournament director,
League commissioner.
Commissioner Zachary Moore. And we've got +2 for Russia, which is always nice when you are the Russian. And take a look. We've got McCullis, you got to be happy. We've got another North Fleet build.
Yes.
And David, why don't you talk to us about these adjustments as you look at these?
Well, I was going to say the Turkish build didn't necessarily mean anything with respect to Russia, except that if they'd have built an army, then they really would have been mad at Russia for going to the Black Sea. But that's not what happened. Then instead, they did a whipsy-do there where they put the fleet in the Ankara because they were worried, must have been worried about the Russians. But otherwise, we have the Russians bouncing with the Austrians in Galicia now. You've got sort of an AI versus R, but not RT, I think it might be the way to describe this. And you do have the Italians into the Aegean. I've been burying the lead, Munich to Tyrolia, because Zachary, once you've taken 3 centers, I think you've become too big just to stay in the West, right? So you go to Tyrolia to try to cause some kind of chaos down there. Sweden taking Norway looks relevant to how this game might be progressing here. There wasn't any way to prevent that because of Denmark hitting the North Sea. What do the French do now is a good question. That you've got clearly an Anglo-Russian war. You've got Germany siding with England. What do the French do? Do they continue to stay against England because England attacked them, or do they make a move, some other kind of move?
I'd say it's very Zach Moore to build free and immediately just attack the other side of the board. That I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. But I don't think Germany's siding with England. I mean, Helderland, Denmark to North Sea. I think Germany is siding probably with Russia, because siding with France, again, as you say, what does France actually do here? Probably not an awful lot. But yeah, they could move up to North Atlantic, and with England not bringing that army back after losing Norway, if they don't manage to recapture Norway now, they're going to be in a little bit of bother with that. Liverpool could be wide open for France next year. At least France does get to take Portugal without any pressure on it, because Burgundy hasn't fallen to that, though.
Oh, it's also possible our commissioner was getting confused on which game he was playing. He was playing Germany on 2 boards at the same time. It's always fun.
It does not require 2 boards at the same time to get Zachary more confused.
That's just 12 people for him to stab.
There we go. Fall of 1902.
Somebody said at some point tonight the North Sea was important, and the Germans have taken the North Sea. The English do take Norway back, which that's what happens because you move from the North Sea. And so the fact that the Germans were attacking doesn't prevent you from taking the center back. I don't know. We'll see if the center in the fall is more important than keeping North Sea in the fall. We'll see. We've had that discussion already tonight. I don't exactly know what the French are doing, but they are trying to do it very passively. Going to Gascony is like, hey, Zach, I'm going to go away. You do what you want to do. I want to be friends with you. I've still got this English thing to worry about. Let's look at the East, though. The Austrians are able to take Bulgaria there, and the Russians are able to take Galicia. But otherwise, it's sort of going to be a slow slog in the East, it looks to me like.
Yeah, I mean, I think what the point of Gascony is that if England had gone to mid-Atlantic and hadn't bounced Brest, France was obviously trying to open Brest for the build. So if you're in Gascony afterwards, you can self-bounce in Spain or whatever next turn. So I think that was actually a sort of planning out the next turn in case this turn goes wrong. So fair play to Isaac for that. For Rauno, I got to say, in this case, I agree. Last game with you, you didn't like taking North Sea over position and over dots, and this time I think it's the opposite. I think if you're Rauno, you'd much rather be in North Sea because now Germany's in North Sea. Germany has 3 convoys onto the homeland. Finland is trapped and isolated. I would have pulled that off the board the second it got dislodged. This is looking like Rauno could have his second tough England game in a row.
Yeah, it is. It is tough. I mean, it's great that you got to keep Norway, but man, with the position you had to give up to do it.
And keeping Norway just keeps Finland on the board, but what are you actually going to do with that?
That's entirely right. Unless you want to become the government in exile in Scandinavia and just give up on defending your homeland.
So is it possible that Isaac's thinking maybe 3 steps ahead, moving that army to Gascony to help set up for a convoy into England?
Maybe, but that's the sort of thing that you can just do that on the turn that you're actually putting the fleets up there. I think it was more in case I lose mid-Atlantic, I need to be able to cover Spain.
Lots of options in the winter. We do get a fleet Brest and spring of 1903.
All right. Well, you knew English Channel was going to get lost, and it is here. There is oh no, that's not a misorder. It's a convoy from Holland to Yorkshire. Not surprising. That couldn't be stopped, and that's clearly the right move. All right. In the east, you do have Warsaw to Silesia. So who knows if that means anything. And you do have England, I think, trying to just be the government in exile. That's exactly what I just said. They got 3 units up there. They might as well take St. Pete and just try to live in Scandinavia. They kind of don't have any choice at this point, I guess, was their thinking. In the east, you now have the Black Sea. I guess the switcheroo from the Turks really was, we're going to take the Black Sea now and change the equation and try to live maybe in the north. Maybe they've sort of giving up, Tim's kind of giving up to the AI and trying to survive by taking Sebastopol. That may be the thinking here. If so, that's a little premature to give up like that, it seems to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is AI are just delighted with a Turkey that's throwing everything into Russia while you just walk into everything behind them. That it couldn't go any better for you. Germany has come and messed around in the east, and all that's happened is that it seems France is now looking at Belgium. Perhaps Belgium is going to go to France by agreement, or perhaps France is actually going, you know what? Germany's getting a bit too big for my liking, and it's that more, and I don't want to let Germany get any bigger. So time to cut him down to size. And England, yeah, they've taken St. Petersburg, and as you say, they can now hang out there and try for survival. But Finland is still, the army's in the wrong place if you're taking St. Petersburg. And because Russia bounced to Norway, there's not any threat on Sweden either. So it's still not a particularly good defensive position. I think you're probably looking a little bit too early to just survive in St. Petersburg if it's 1903.
Tim, I feel like this is the scene in the romance comedy where the ex starts throwing all of the stuff out of the window into the lawn because they're so pissed off. To me, this just reads as there was an agreement between Russia and Turkey. Russia did not follow through, and Tim doesn't care what happens. They just want to punish the Russians, which I say is a valid response. I don't know if it's an effective, but I'll support it.
Well, he will take Sebastopol. That was almost certainly going to happen. But of course he can't. I'm actually surprised he didn't lose Khan and Smyrna in this situation, to be perfectly honest. I guess maybe,
by agreement.
Perhaps. Ionian does finally take Tunis because Johnny Gillam finally realized, wait, I guess I haven't taken that yet. But, Belgium is lost in the west to the French. And maybe that was a deal. Could have been. That German adventure has sort of petered out into nothing in the east, and now he's just defending Berlin and Munich. But, you can't argue with the fact that he's now taking Edinburgh to make up for the fact that he's losing Belgium. So clearly something is happening here, and it's again Rauno being on the losing end of the stick.
Yeah, and as I said, France takes Belgium, but you have to say that probably was by agreement, given that they tried to convoy Germany into London. So fair play. For Isaac, that's a risk that all the risk was on Zach's side. So you get some out of it, and maybe Zach does, maybe Zach doesn't. Cool, I'll take that deal. I think France, big winner this year, and after a pretty shaky start, they've managed to re-establish themselves in prime position, and with the potential capture of Liverpool next year as well, while Zach's busy fighting Italians around Munich. This is looking really nice for France now. And building on what I said last game with Nicolas Taillet and his 55-45 deals, I'm looking at the same thing with Italy and Austria here. Like, this is a good AI. They're in great position, but it's also an AI where Italy has Trieste, Greece, Smyrna, and Tunis in the end of 1903, and Austria has Rum. and ball.
Yeah, this is not the strung out Italian position of the last game.
No, this is a lovely Italian position. It's a bit of a tougher one if you're Austria.
Although, Wardy, we believe in you, man.
Winner of 1903. With these adjustments, we get the Army and Fleet from Italy. We get the Army in Paris and Disband in Silesia by Russia. Interesting choice. Spring of 1904.
The Italian builds down in Rome. See, Wardy, you got nothing to worry about for me, man. I didn't build in Venice. Nothing to worry about. And he now goes on the offensive. Silesia, Piedmont, Western Med, Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian. I mean, it was time for him to make a move, and he's moving. And we'll say that, Isaac may not have gotten a good enough start on his taking of English centers here. He's also going to lose Belgium from Zach Moore. So Zach is moving. I guess they've made a deal where now they've sort of demilitarized between the Italians and the Germans and decided to go their separate ways, maybe, by going into Ruhr and Munich with the Germans. I assume Silesia is intended to either make a play on Galicia or go to Warsaw.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's going to Warsaw. Definitely, Italy's build signaled that they don't want to fight Austria at all. And if you're France, you probably should have looked at that and gone, well, if Italy's not fighting Austria now, where are they going to fight? And the only other answer would be me. So perhaps probably should have pulled back a little bit. I mean, not having an army in Gascony, so Italy just gets walked straight into Marseille here is really tough for France. And they re-established that good position, but they made two mistakes. They didn't see that the Italian build sort of meant they were guaranteed to come their way, and they trusted Zach Moore.
They also did a self-standoff that was probably not necessary. I mean, just don't strand your guy in Paris. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Make a deal with Zach to bounce yourself in Burgundy from Picardy and go to Gascony. Paris is a terrible place to be.
But for all this good AI work, there's Constantinople, I presume, was supposed to be taken by Austria here, but that didn't happen. And now with Turkey convoying back, they don't actually have a guarantee to take it this turn either. So another not ideal turn for Austria unless they're going to finally get something off of Italy, i.e., hey, you've had Trieste long enough, it's my turn now.
Well, he ought to be in Galicia if he wanted really to be there. He should have already been in Galicia. I'm not sure what the Ukraine thing was about. Guess he thought Ukraine was going to Moscow, maybe.
Maybe he thought Turkey was going to support him, though.
Maybe. But I think you got to support yourself to Galicia in that situation.
Yep.
Well, it's an interesting turn. To me, I'm reading Italian and German cooperation. Bradley puts what I think is an interesting question in chat. I don't see a world in which Austria shouldn't stab right now. Michaelis, what's your take on that concept?
I don't think you have to stab, but you have to say, hey, you're walking into Marseille. I'm getting one of my dots back. Whether it's Trieste or Greece, this is the time where you have to put your foot down and say, right, there's no way that Italy's going up to 8 while I'm sitting on 5. That's not a deal. Constantinople's not guaranteed. You're giving me one of these back. And Italy would have to accept that. I think that there are still dots on the table that if you stab Italy here with the Turk in the position they're in, it's actually can very quickly get very problematic for Austria to hold rum and ball, and you can collapse completely from there.
Yeah, I always think it's great to stab, but who's my friend after that? It's 1904. Yeah. You can't not have one.
Yeah.
So you'd have to have some kind of friendship with somebody that's in a position to help you, and I don't know who that is. There we go, Trieste. So Budapest, which I think, again, makes perfect sense. Even though Khan did, in fact, go, they guessed wrong about Bulgaria and Romania, and they've actually lost Bulgaria to the Turks. So it turns out that Trieste was reasonably necessary, even though the Italians have now made that play on Galicia that I said might be the other thing they would be doing besides Warsaw would be making a play on Galicia, which they have. Germans are now in Burgundy. Italians are in Marseille. Italians are in the the Mid-Atlantic. And the French decided they would just continue to go north.
All right, so if you're Johnny Gillam, you're starting to look at how many dots can I win this game by. This is an incredible Italian position for full 1904. Obviously, Trieste was agreed, and that's correct. Like, that's the agreement that should have been made for the AI to work. I don't think that either of them can have fault on that. turns out that Wardy got con as well. Fine. He's still got to take that ball. And the good thing about it being a Turkish fleet in Bulgaria, East Coast, if you're Italy, is that, hey, the Turks have got Bulgaria and are messing with my ally, but it can't retreat to my dot. Greece is still completely safe, which is actually a really nice thing. Given that there are no Italian units anywhere near Greece, there's no way that Turks can take it either. Cool. Brilliant for me.
Johnny Gillum, member of the New York Sewer Rats, I believe is the new club name. Happy to see face-to-face club play return to New York City. So we've got perhaps a Rat King building right here in the Italian. That's my pick. So y'all can't pick Johnny. So if not Johnny, David, I'll go to you first. Who do you like in this position?
If not Johnny, it's because the internet has crashed and the game was never completed. That would be the other alternative to Johnny Gillum taking this. I mean, I guess the only other person that has a quote shot, end quote, would be Chris if he gets the jump on Johnny somehow. You know, it makes a stab, comes up with friendship with Zach or somebody. And I'm trying to create an alternative reality scenario, but I'm having trouble with some of the precepts.
Yeah, I think it's very harsh for you to say we can't pick Italy. I picked him last phase. I picked him first. I mean, if you're going to have to make an argument, I mean, Zach is tied top with him at the moment. France, okay, they've thrown everything away from Italy, but they're throwing them at England. So in all likelihood, the French units are going to come off the map before they actually take stuff from Zach. If Germany can get a deal with what remains of Russia or with England somehow, maybe like there's enough play for Germany, especially being Zach, to have a crack at Scandinavia, and from there try and build yourself some sort of position to top the board. But you do need Austria to turn on Italy, because if Austria doesn't turn on Italy, Johnny is going to run away with this game.
You know, I think we got to say something about our Estonian friend here. He's building. He did go to Scandinavia, defeated the Russians in Scandinavia, and is building. You got to pat Brenner on the back for that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's a magnificent job defensively. It's going to be even harder to hold on to it from here now that France is there, but never say never.
It depends on whether France continues with this craziness or actually goes and deals with Johnny.
Well, you can also get that German army in Edinburgh support holding you in Liverpool, and France's craziness can't actually take anything from you.
Well, I execute host privilege, take the obvious leader as my pick, and butcher the club name. So it's Diplo Rats. So I apologize, Johnny, for that. And
I will forever continue to call them the Sewer Rats just to aggravate Johnny Gillum.
How many can I compliment and insult at the same time? The answer
Isn't that a New York thing to do? That's my understanding.
All right. Winner of 1904, we got an army build from Rano. I definitely agree with that. Michaelis, you're shaking your head. You don't.
That's not what I'm shaking my head at. I'm shaking my head at Fleet Berlin.
All right. Well, you just want to Zach's just trying to make sure that your number 2 pick does not come true. So
I don't think Zach's going to make a deal with England. I'm going to call that now.
All right. Spring of 05.
Because clearly that German fleet was going to the Baltic with Russians going to the Baltic. It was all planned. I'm not sure why you don't understand the master plan that's going on here, including killing the army in Piedmont, killing the fleet in English Channel, I guess because it didn't want to retreat to Brest. Why didn't either one of those guys retreat to Brest? I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't figure that one out. Johnny did not think he was enough into everybody's business in the West, and so now he's in the North Atlantic, as well as the Mid-Atlantic, as well as the Western Mid, as well as Gascony. I wish Johnny's position was good. I wish he had a shot at winning this game. I really think he deserves to win a game sometime, Johnny Gillum.
Yeah, and hey, my one rival for the top that may or not have been a rival in Germany. Hey, Austria, how about you go and just annoy Zach? Great, cool, brilliant. Love it if you're Johnny. Not entirely sure I love it if you're Wardy. I don't think that's a one army invasion of Germany that's likely to work, but you never know with Zach. He could just leave Munich open. He just left Kiel open after building a fleet in Berlin that suggested he was going to force Baltic Sea. So Yeah, I think it's quite interesting that Zach's made a deal with Russia, presumably for Russia to move up to Bothnia, but also at the same time with England to get that support into the English Channel. That's very Zach. But yeah, this is still everything is coming up Italy. I mean, you're getting a free walk into Warsaw. Awesome.
I agree with all that. Wardy's position actually got pretty decent here. I know he's losing Khan, but at least he's getting in a little bit better position to be able to do something. He's going to take Seb, isn't he?
He is, and to be fair, if you're Wardy and looking at how good Johnny's position is, you do have to start thinking, Venice, Greece.
I mean, he does have that option in the fall turn if he wishes. If he's got a plan of action after that, you can't just stab sort of as a reflex. You've got to have a plan behind it.
But you'd have to cut a deal with Turkey. That would be who you had to make the deal with.
If not now, when? I mean,
exactly.
That's a tough one.
If Johnny, I believe he actually in the DBNI, not this year, last year, I remember a game where Johnny was in an incredible Italy and he had a French Janissary, but he left Portugal alone with a unit in it. And that, I believe, was Seren Kwok, who came back and topped the board from that Janissary position as France because Johnny had never secured Portugal. So if I'm him, that would be in the back of my mind right now. These are time-limited games. Just take Portugal while you can.
I don't even think this is a Janissary situation. I think the reason those French units disbanded is because he's just going to give all of his stuff to. I think the question is not just is he going to take Portugal and Spain.
So Johnny was saying there was a backstabber error with the retreats.
Oh,
maybe it interpreted it as both going to Brest or something. So
yeah, if he retreated both to Brest, they would have double piffed.
I think the question is how many of the French guys is he going to take out here? I think he definitely takes Portugal, and I think he takes all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Johnny's saying it was a glitch. Yeah. Well, it's fortunate for Johnny either way. Even Backstabber wants Johnny to win.
Well, he doesn't take Portugal and Spain. It is the thing you said earlier, McCarlos, about how long do you keep your French Janissaries on the board. He's trying to keep them from. I mean, France actually took Edinburgh. France loses Brest, takes Edinburgh. There actually would be building two, right? But they don't have anywhere to build them. So that's outstanding. Which makes you wonder why you would leave Portugal and Spain alone in that situation, right? That guy, he's not going to be able to build even if he wanted to with those glitch, whatever it was. They can't be rebuilt. So go ahead and take at least one of Spain and Portugal. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe saving them for later. The
other reason why you don't is
Stop. I just looked at the East. Stop. No more discussion about the West. Greece and Venice. Sorry. I did not look at that correctly. He also is made the deal with the Turks, I think. He leaves Bulgaria so that Turkey can go to Smyrna and not lose Bulgaria. He's taking Warsaw. Christopher Ward, throwing down the marker, saying, why does everybody think Johnny Gillam's going to win this game?
And this is why you take Spain and Portugal there. Because
I agree. I just don't understand
table.
Why you bypass those. I just don't get it.
Yeah, like there was the possibility that Austria was going to do this. Take Spain and Portugal.
Plus, it didn't do any good. It didn't do any good not to take Spain and Portugal. There were no French units to keep on the board.
I mean, yeah, you got the French support into Brest, which is great, but Spain and Portugal is just now. If he takes Portugal later, you're going out of position and it slows your momentum, which you really don't have any momentum to spare because Austria is walking into Rome, building free. Christopher Ward is rolling up onto the top of the board from nowhere, but he made that deal with Turkey that I said, and hey. This time, Wardy's the guy who's got an ally who can't build anywhere. But I would imagine that was partially by design. Like, hey, yeah, Turkey, I'll side with you. You can get a dot out of this. I don't care.
I will say, Christopher Ward has made a great move here. Johnny Gillam made this happen. I think he got too clever. He had such a great, compact, well-oiled position, and then he went way overextended. I think we all agree on that at this point. I mean, what is Norwegian doing? And you did. Johnny threw this one away, and I know he's going to kick himself about this. Johnny's a great diplomacy player, really is, and he took a good position and sort of enabled Christopher Ward to attack him here, I think.
And I want to give a shout out to Christopher Ward for making this move. I've played with Christopher a few times, and he's one of the most loyal Alliance players that I have ever played a game with. And I know I struggle at times. I either make bad stabs when I shouldn't, or I tend to just kind of hang on to my allies too long. And I felt in previous games, Wardy has done that, hung on to alliances too long. So really happy to see him choosing to put the knife in, play the game as it's meant to be played, get the points while you can. Well done, Christopher.
And one of the reasons that you be that good loyal ally is that sooner or later you can cash those chips in and people will go, you're a good loyal ally. I don't need to take Spain and Portugal. Wardy's not going to stab me. He'll take the 3 dots that I see Johnny in the comments was offering him. Sure, he could have done that, but that doesn't give him much of a path to a board top, because once Johnny took Brest, Spain, Portugal, Wardy never has a good stab on Johnny ever again. This was sort of now or never territory, and he saw the moment, he took his moment, and he's in an absolutely fantastic position. Meanwhile, did Zach just build another fleet?
Yes, he did. So, I mean, every quality German player builds as many fleets as possible and has no armies in the middle of the board.
I mean, what does he need them for? To cover Berlin? Oh, wait. Because it's not like Johnny's just going to freak out needing centers from anywhere. You know, what did the Austrians do? They don't press their advantage here. Look at this.
Yeah.
Venice and Tyrolia means that he's made some kind of deal with Johnny. That's got to be what this means, right?
It is, but why? I mean, we already said to Johnny before he took his foot off of the throat of France, didn't take the dots, and it came back to bite him. If you're Wardy, why are you not walking into Rome right now?
Because what was Turkey going to do here except take their stuff back from you? That was the deal with Turkey was only a short-term. It could only have been a short-term deal, probably.
Sure, but you retreat from Cologne into a Turkish dot. So what? I think with the situation where it is, you could have essentially wiped Italy off the map, and then you have a little corner Turkey that they're probably never breaking out of their box, even if you don't have an easy recapture of their stuff immediately.
Well, we'll see here, but gosh. We talked about the fact that Christopher Ward is a really good, loyal Alliance player. Maybe Johnny just said, hey, let's work together again. You can keep all that stuff you just took from me. Let's keep working. That's exactly what they're doing. And with some success. I mean, there's no point in me calling out the moves. We all see what's happening here. The Austrians are taking Munich. The Austrians are taking Sebastopol. The Italians are taking Paris and Spain. I mean, this is a lot.
I mean, Johnny went down 2 last year and has now gone up 3 this year because he got to backfill Paris behind Zach Moore. Zach's wisely picked battle with England has led to him having to defend Belgium.
But I do think that fleet keel is really helpful in defending.
It's really helpful if your name is
the
Johnny
pirates.
Dillon.
There were pirates in the Baltic or something.
But I mean, yeah, for Wardy, he's probably not going to be able to follow up against Johnny now, but he's still got a big inbuilt advantage in terms of centres, and it's going to be difficult, but not impossible for Johnny to peg him back. It's only the end of 1906. You never look at 3 or 4 more years from here.
Yeah, I agree with what Katie's saying here about Johnny's play is, I mean, obviously the best thing you can do is turn the guy back around and don't take my Venice, my Rome, don't take my Naples, and it worked. And maybe this is going to work out.
I mean, it's also notable, Johnny put down 2 fleets. I did this at Whipping last month where I had an Austria who'd taken Venice, but they'd been stabbed by someone in the east. So even though I had 2 builds, I put down 2 fleets in Rome and Naples, just because you're saying, hey, I'm not coming after Venice. You go and do everything you need to elsewhere. Move all your units away from me. And it's obviously looking quite good for him now. Paris to Burgundy is an interesting one. I guess that was in case Zach forced Paris. You want to be trying to get somewhere useful, but I imagine you'll probably go straight back to Paris. Zach, Well, he's got his 4 fleets on the board and still manages to lose Holland despite all of that. But hey, he'll probably take it back with all of them. And he will get Edinburgh to finally end Isaac's misery.
Wait a minute. So there's an AI deal, but the Italians are leaving the Mid-Atlantic and going to Western Mid. Who are their 4 fleets now going to be against? The North African pirates?
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like 4 years left, even though Wardy's got quite a big built-in lead. How long will it last?
Not much longer, unfortunately. Those guys got to be going somewhere.
It's true, but he's still got. I mean, he's probably keeping Bulgaria this turn. Okay, he's losing Smyrna, but he should get Moscow. Did he retreat from Smyrna to Syria instead?
Johnny's going to try, guys. Johnny's going to try.
He couldn't retreat to Armenia. Okay.
I mean, he is coming, and he's got to come because he left the north. So he's coming. He's coming, Christopher Ward. Wardy's got to hope he can clean up those Turks in time to defend against this stuff. I mean, there's 2 now on Venice, right?
I mean, I think he has cleaned up the Turks quick enough, though. He's got Bulgaria. He's got Constantinople. So Turkey's down to 2. Takes Moscow, so the Russian army is coming off of the board as well. St. Petersburg is empty, but even if it had a unit in it, it would be a fleet. So all of those armies that are up there on that side of the map can now go, hey, I've got nothing else to do, and charge all the way back down to deal with anything that Johnny throws at him. And yeah, Johnny can probably retake Venice, but beyond that, it's going to be difficult. I think Turkey has died a little bit too fast for Johnny to actually
could be. But I'm also saying Johnny let Christopher Ward do this to him. Christopher Ward has let Johnny do this to him.
Yeah,
I just find it's just interesting the decisions that are being made here.
Yeah, I mean, if Wardy had followed up and taken Rome and another dot off of Italy, like it would have been done and dusted, and it's not quite done and dusted. I mean, is that more, if I'm getting this right, not only building but having somewhere to put it?
As one place to put it.
Zach needs another fleet. Zach, what the hell with the army, man? What are you doing? You're not an army power.
All right. So in a potential sign of some of the tension in this game that we can't see just from the moves alone, we've got Johnny saying he's hedging for 18 because people are whispering a throw. I don't know if they could throw fast enough to really get to 18, but I appreciate the move, though. Like, you're attacking your biggest rival for the board, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's whispering that to Johnny, you have to then just say, what 18? Because Ankara, Smyrna, and are throwing Russia for St. Petersburg, which was England if they'd thrown St. Petersburg. That only takes Wardy to 16. The only person who actually could have thrown a solo to Wardy on this board was either Johnny himself or Zach. And to be honest, even Zach can't do it very effectively because all of his units are fleets. But yeah, I think Wardy should be locking this game up from here.
Yeah, there's probably not. I mean, I've been saying that Wardy has let Johnny come back, but I think you're right. He's so far ahead, it probably doesn't matter. There's not enough time left for Johnny to take the positional advantage.
Yeah.
That those fleets would otherwise afford in a time unlimited game.
Followed 1908. I'm going to just kind of push through this. David, if you just want to call out what you're seeing here, just quick summary.
Well, the main thing I'm seeing is Tyrrhenian to Western Mediterranean holding. So this is Johnny not even trying to really do anything. I know he's taking Munich. I get that, but this is not much of a reason to keep spending much more time on each of these moves. I think Wardy's got this game here, unless there's something I'm missing. Oh, hold on.
Let's say it's 1909 now. Let's say that this doesn't end at the end of 1909. It's gone fairly quickly. You get 1910, you get 1911. I was looking at Gascony and the fact that Johnny has a walk in there. I mean, Trieste shouldn't have worked, but it has, so fantastic. Zach has moved all of his units the complete opposite direction of Johnny. If there's enough years in this game, Zach could let Johnny top instead. I don't really understand why he would do that. I mean, Johnny is the one who owns 2 of Zach's home centres, so I don't look at this board and go, oh, Germany must be more angry at Austria and is going to throw Italy atop. But we'll see. There is, if there's enough years, there's time in it, but there may well be not enough years.
And he left Trieste anyway.
All right, and they draw here, or the game ends.
There wasn't the time. Maybe this was just in a timeout.
Yeah. Well, we've got a Austrian top from Christopher Ward. Nicholas, I'll start with you. Story of this game.
Johnny in Italy got into an incredible position and just got a little bit overexcited. Saw his eyes lit up a little bit too much, sent those fleets past Spain and Portugal without taking them. And Christopher Ward went, hey, this is my opportunity. It was, like we said, the last opportunity he was going to have, because once Johnny got the builds down, he was never going to have a good stab again. And he took it. He seized the opportunity and he absolutely maximized it. And it's great to see that from Wardy. Like, he has a reputation of being a very loyal ally, and he's had some good results in the past, but this is a really strong one, and maybe it's a big step forward for him as well.
Gosh, have we not seen some strong AIs both this season and last season in the VDL? When's the last time this happens, but when's the last time you saw an RT steamroll the board, a Juggernaut steamroll the board? Not much. And that used to be considered a stronger alliance than AI, and man, has that switched in the diplomacy meta of today.
Yep.
And third game with strong central play. So that's really fun to see. Congratulations, Wardy. Really well played. And Johnny being a great sport here. Great game for Wardy. And I completely agree. It was a really fun in-game to watch. All right, let's do one more. We got to get on our theme here. So first one was apiculture. Second one is miracles. So next we're going to game 138.
Is it spring?
It is bees. So any clue on theme yet?
I mean, spring, isn't it?
Perhaps we'll do.
Well, apiculture is bees, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, it is. I think it's things that are all coming out because it's spring, possibly.
Could be. We'll get our next one and see if it all comes together. Right now, though, we're gonna bid David farewell. We're gonna welcome Katie back. Katie, welcome back to the stream. And Michalis, why don't you introduce our players for game 138?
All right. So in Austria, we have returning for a second game of the day, Nicola Taillet, looking to build on that strong result from earlier. In England, we have a new player by the looks of it. I might butcher this. Apologies in advance. Ashutosh. In France, we have Gabriel Berzou, who I believe he's new to VDL, but I have seen the name before. So he may have played in possibly Tour of Britain or something last month, or the French League. I've definitely seen his name around. Zach Moore back in Germany. Let's see how many fleets he can put down this time. Stephen Hogue back for more in Italy. Nice to see a regular from the chat. Let's see if he excites us as much as Johnny did. And Jason Bennett in Russia, and Cody Green also back for yet another game in Turkey.
Yeah, we got a great group of players here, played very frequently. Katie, what can you tell us about? I'm sure you played with several of these players.
I've played with 3 of them, so not that many actually. We've seen Nicola already tonight. We know he's a very good player. Zach is devious and slippery, and also the tournament director. So I'm sure he's already rigged the game in his favor. He's probably going to top. And Jason Bennett, I think, has the potential to be like an underdog, quiet threat. I really like talking to him. I really like negotiating with him. I think, I don't know, not everybody plays the way I do, so maybe other people won't. But I think I'd like to see him do well.
All right. Well, we will start in spring of 01 and find out if he does.
All right, so in the West, we have the pretty bog standard opening from England. Nothing unexpected there. France, on the other hand, doing some very wild moves with bouncing Burgundy is not that uncommon, although it's not that common either, but I'm assuming it was arranged. Either that or France has geniusly sniffed out that this was going to be a German-Italian attack on him, because the bouncing Piedmont is not something you ever see. And if you're France, there's a reason you don't make that deal, because if you don't make that deal, or if you make that deal and then Italy just doesn't bounce you, all of a sudden you can't take Spain and you're horribly out of position. So perhaps this was, an early attack by Germany and Italy that maybe England was supposed to be on board, and England told France the plan, and that's why the moves were standard over there. The East is all pretty standard. You've got the Armenian fist bump, which is quite popular these days, but other than that, pretty standard openings there.
Yeah, I thought that McCallus was just going to give the play-by-play. I was going to do the color commentary, but he stole my comments about Piedmont. I don't like it from France for the exact reason he said. I don't think it gets you much. I would have rather supported myself to Burgundy, and then you can make a guess about covering Marseille. You can still get Spain, potentially. But yeah, if Italy doesn't go there, you're hosed.
Well, it's interesting to me that both of you are kind of nonchalant about the Armenian fist bump. I know that it's common, but as a older school player, it's still so shocking to me how common this is. Katie, why do you feel like this has become a more common opening in the meta right now?
I think that, I've only been playing for like 4 years, but even in that time, I've seen a big shift in Turkey really trying to get that fleet out to Khan and not bouncing in the Black Sea. And I guess it's like some sort of insurance policy. But really, if okay, you're in Armenia, but if Russia's a black, that's worse. So I think it's mostly just about getting the fleet out. I would probably always prefer to just DMZ black and then move up to Ankara, but people do it.
I think it's building off what you said just before the game started, Brian, about how AI has become the dominant alliance and RT hasn't. And a lot of that has been that people have worked out how to make the fast momentum moves in AI with the moves to a GNC, the loan on Trieste. And this is the RT response to that. This is how they get some fast momentum of their own. And it hasn't led to maybe quite as many huge results as the Trieste loan has, but it's still a good response to stopping an early AI, as long as you keep Russia on board if you're Turkey, and that's difficult to manage.
Right.
But this is one way to get a friendly Russia on board if you're Turkey, is they just let you have Romania. Turkey walks into Rahman into ball. Okay. France takes Spain and Portugal, pretty standard. England, because of that bounce in Burgundy, gets a guaranteed convoy into Belgium and walks into Norway. Great. Zach doesn't have to worry about a bounce in Holland, so he gets his 2 centres, and pretty much everyone does pretty much everything you'd expect, except for that little interesting stuff around rum and ball.
Yeah, I think that I think the deal was Turkey puts 2 fleets down in Khan and Smyrna. It's really risky for Jason because you have no guarantee on Sweden. No builds in 01 as Russia is pretty bad. So I don't love it for him, but maybe it will work out. And he did get Sweden, so at least he doesn't have to worry about that.
I like a risky alliance play. It always bites me in the butt, but when it works, it's so much fun. So I'm rooting to see Cody and Jason pull this off.
Yeah, I think risking something with your ally is nice, like trusting your ally. Trusting Zach more to give you Sweden, it's more risky.
From a board perspective, I'd say that with England having the guarantee on Belgium and what is a pretty much perfect 1901 for England, there is no reason why Germany should ever have bounced Sweden there, because it's just like, this is the one other thing that would really help England. So, yes, there is that, but not everybody knows Zach yet.
All right. Well, we do see the double fleets from both witches, England and Turkey. Let's see how that plays out in the spring.
So Turkey does give Romania back to Russia. It was all by agreement, and fair enough, down it goes. Austria takes Galicia. Italy moves up to Bohemia to stop any annoying retreats. But Italy also convoys to Albania and moves to Apulia, which isn't necessarily such good news for Nicola. France sort of doesn't do a whole lot. The bounce in the channel is potentially arranged, given what England's done by moving to Skagerrak, because it turns out that if you zap more, you can enter no orders and nobody will attack you.
I mean, he must have just not gotten in, but isn't there a grace period? I mean, he sets up this tournament. Can't he make sure there's a grace period? I don't know. So I guess he just didn't get orders in. I don't understand.
He did enter one order in Raw. That's why it didn't go to grace.
Oh my god. Okay, rip. Okay, so the Turkey-Russia thing confuses me a lot because I don't know, it's weird. And then Stephen responding to a 3-fleet Turkey by attacking Austria is really risky. I don't know. I don't really know what to make of it. I just feel like why build in Khan and Smear if you're gonna be not support? I don't know.
But is this an attack on Austria?
I'm not sure it is.
Austria, yeah, you don't want to be in Bohemia for an attack on Austria. That is significantly worse than Tyrolia.
No, but why are you in Apulia? What is that? Steve, are you in the chat? You're in the chat. Steve, why are you in Apulia? Or sorry, not Apulia. Yeah, why are you there?
The thing is, these moves, if you're attacking Austria, also don't make any sense, and therefore you still have to go back to it. If you're attacking Austria, this isn't what you do if you're attacking Turkey. I mean, Albania, maybe it's there as a support hold. Actually, that army support holding Serbia can be quite useful for AI. So, maybe.
Yeah, I used to play a lot back in 2000 era. There were a lot of RTs, and it was not unusual to have this convoy of Italy into Albania to help prop up the Austrians to try and slow down the kind of remove the gas, remove the fuel from the RT, while England or Germany was able to make some moves on Russia in the north. That's the only thing that makes sense to me here. But if that's the case, this is heading for a giant stalemate, and it's very slow, and it advantages France. So.
All right. And as Brian correctly says, we get a giant stalemate in the east with pretty much nothing happening. I have to say that if you're AI and you make those moves, I would have liked to see something a bit more aggressive. Maybe Albania supports Trieste to Serbia so that Serbia can be a mover on Ram or Bull or something. Probably wouldn't have worked, but actually a move on Bulgaria could have worked from there. So,
well, no, because Greece support held Bulgaria, so Bulgaria.
Yeah, but you can cut.
No, Greece. Greece support held it. I don't.
Oh yeah, because Austria's also decided to join in the big stalemate. Yeah, nobody's actually attacked anyone. Turkey tried to support Italy into Greece. The West is England walks into an empty St. Petersburg because why not? And Jason Bennett has decided that his big enemy in the West is Germany. I mean, okay, it's Zach actually, so that's fine. Who gets Belgium? Despite seemingly doing it without the agreement of the French, who clearly thought they were getting Belgium. So turns out if you're Zach Moore, the correct way to get built as Germany is to not enter any orders and then to piss off the one person who should be supporting you. That gets you built.
Yeah. Did Kiel support Sweden to Denmark? Is that what that did? I mean, it can't work against your own unit, but why? Oh, I guess because he thought he might.
It would bounce if England had done it. Yeah, it was, okay, that's clever. All right, it wasn't actually a Russian attack. Fair play. Why Russia was doing that instead of stopping 2 fleets going up to St. Petersburg and Norway is a different matter. But
well, it's a fleet in St. Pete. It's not the end of the world, but it's not great. It's not looking good for my dark horse pick in this game.
Oh, Zach built an army. That's so boring. All right, we got spring. We've got a more normal looking West now, with England getting back into Belgium with French support, because it turns out that if you just take Belgium without either England or France agreeing, it can backfire. England moves all of their fleets backwards from St. Petersburg in a giant conga line, which they probably actually wanted to be bounced, because the fact it's not bounced means they've just got to do it all again to cover St. Pete from that army that's now retreated to Moscow, which the Italian army that got the jump on, or rather outflanked that RT, has gone into Warsaw, while Germany has done the Zatmore thing for the second game in a row and gone, hey, let's just charge into Tyrolia. he should really copyright that move.
Yeah. All right. This doesn't look good for Jason. He's lost Warsaw. He's not getting it back unless Zach helps him, which he might, but he probably still won't. And then Albania went back to Apulia. So I guess Steven decided that whatever he needed to do in Austria has been done. He's back. Yeah.
It's interesting that usually when AI manage to outdo RT nowadays, it's Turkey who gets outflanked and crushed. In this case, it's Russia, which is, I haven't seen an Italian go up to Silesia in Warsaw. That used to be a lot more common online. You don't see it so much these days. It's quite an old-fashioned way to get around an RT, and it's obviously working well here. And perhaps Jason, who I believe is quite new to the scene, didn't have those years where this used to be common, and he therefore didn't know how to react quite as well because
I think the AI saw the 3 Turkish fleets and they're not putting their effort into that. Like, why bother slamming against it? It's not going to happen. Find some other way.
I like that decision.
Yeah,
it's working,
and it's not necessarily terrible for Cody Green either, because he can now just sit in the corner, and as long as Jason doesn't do a suicide attack on him, he's probably not going to be eliminated by this AI anytime soon. So sooner or later, he can do the Turkey play of sit in the corner for the first 5-6 years, or he can do that.
Oh.
Or you can say, you know what, Russia, I love you, have Ankara by convoy. Russia loses Romania as well, but I think that was... No, that wasn't guaranteed because, was this... Oh, no, was this a Russian stab?
Yeah.
Russia
Austria supported him to Bulgaria. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And Austria said, thank you for turning on your ally. I'll take Romania. That's what Nicola does.
That may have been by agreement, though. Russia may have said, you can backfill Rum, and that's why Austria still supported them to Bull. But again, this is Nicola Taye and his 55-45 deals that are just slightly better for him. Zach Moore has actually used Tyrolia this time as a flanking attack on France. I quite often see that the other way, or maybe not often, but it's not unusual to see France go Piedmont, Tyrolia, force Munich. You don't often see Germany doing it this way, so that's interesting, something cool. And France, having put England into Belgium in spring, now tries to take Belgium themselves, but Germany is defending Belgium for the English, while England forces the English Channel, and Zatmore does now decide that, I don't need Russia anymore, so I'm going to take Sweden. But England has lost Norway to a retreating fleet. This is a very crazy game on both sides.
It's messy. My favorite move is by far the convoy to Ankh. That's beautiful. I love Black Sea convoys. I think I've already even said it tonight. I love it. And then I just see Steve said in the chat that Nicola had promised Jason that he would, support back to Warsaw, and then instead he took Romania. So it wasn't a 55-45 deal. It was a 95-5.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's still all coming up, Nicola.
It's how do you feel about the Italian position here?
I hate it. This is I really hate this position as Italy. And your only centre that isn't one of your core 4 is one that you cannot remotely hold by yourself, and the odds are you're actually going to lose immediately. So, I mean, he gets to build that extra fleet.
You can't even help if Austria wants you to keep it. It can be forced anyway.
There's guesses you can do with support to Ukraine and stuff.
Yeah,
but,
you can tap Romania.
Romania could have supported Warsaw to Ukraine and they would have double bounced. But of course, Nicola is going, hey, I'm going to take my guaranteed dot of Bulgaria. And this is why I don't really love the position for Italy. Another great move for Nicola. He gets into Bulgaria, which is finally now guaranteed. Cody is down to 2 units, which he can rebuild probably, because he can probably walk into Ankara here, but it's still a pretty tough position for him. In the west, Germany continues their attack on Russia by pushing up to Skagerrak, and it seems like they are still working with England. So the deal that they had last turn has actually lasted for more than one phase, and it's just a full-on EG attack on France. Zap moves down to Ruhr. EG tried to force Burden. The MPA one is actually there doing something sensible and cutting. So can't wait to see Zap turn around and send 5 units to the east next turn.
I think in the East it's interesting because Nicola's position is fine. I mean, it's spring 04, and sometimes, Austria is like this in 02. But everyone around him has a worse position. So, like, by comparison, he's doing really well, not by accident.
I think it's also notable, as you say, Austria often gets in this position early on, but they often do it. They've got the fleet in Bulgaria in an awkward position. It's hard to actually push further. Having that just big blob of armies just there, it's a massive armies that nobody has an easy attack on. So it's actually a bit stronger than those usual early Austrian jumps.
Why would Austria have a fleet in Bulgaria and not put an army there? I don't think that's accurate.
Serbia's where you can't have your support cut. So
but if you're
supporter.
I don't know. There's a lot of AIRs in this game, and if you have an AIR, you're putting an army in Bulgaria.
Yeah, in an AIR, but not if it's just an AI.
Anyway, it's fine.
Well, fall of 1904. What do we see?
Zap does not send any units east the one time it actually would have been the correct move to defend Berlin, so commiserations to... No, actually, I can't say that with straight face. Ha ha ha. France has lost Burgundy to the EG, who do press forwards. EG do stick together, and Zap makes the alliance play by putting England into Norway, which he didn't have to do. It's a little bit of a surprise and deviation from what he's done so far in his games tonight. Perhaps he's actually trying to make a long-term friend this time. Meanwhile, Nicolas Taillet gets a walk into Constantinople, puts Turkey into Italy, because Italy's made an ill-fated stab on Nicolas. Eesh.
What did Ionian do?
Yeah.
Oh, Aegean to Aegean. I don't think Italy stabbed Nicola.
I mean, you think Adriatic was friendly?
No, I don't know.
He
was in Apulia for what reason? I don't know.
I think Italy was expecting support into Aegean and then was going to have that as, hey, I've got 2 fleets on Greece. That was probably the Italian plan to make the stab better. They would have Aegean and Ionian with their 2 fleets, and they'd be 2 units on Trieste, 2 units on Greece. Tree was promised, then denied. All right, if Tree's promised, Stephen, why are you moving to Adriatic Sea?
Because it was promised. If he was going to get Trieste anyway, it's not like Nicola can be upset about him forcing Trieste. He told him he could have it. I don't know. I like Berlin, though. Berlin's fun. It's just going to wander around and not really... I mean, it's 1 unit. He's going to have 1 center. He can't do anything to help his position, really, but he's going to mess with people, and I think that's really fun.
All right, well, we've got my favorite build of every game. We've got an Austrian fleet. Katie, what is this telling us?
I think it's the end of AI. Pretty clearly, Austrian fleet and Italian army. He's not trying to go after Ionian. Sorry, he's saying we're fighting Austria, and I think Turkey's gonna just crumble still. I mean, he's working with Austria, so maybe Nicola keeps him around as a janissary.
And it's interesting that Russia pulled Sev and kept Norwegian Sea, given that Nicola and the relations between AI had finally broken down. So actually having that unit in Sev was not necessarily going to fall. Whereas Norwegian Sea doesn't look like it has much prospect of taking anything. It looks like it's just going to be mildly irritating to EG for a year. Which is sort of what happens. Instead, Austria just walks into Sev, walks into Ankara as well, because Cody thought he needed to park in Armenia. Perhaps this Janissary deal is one where you only have 1 fleet, and it's that one that's now in Tunis. It's a great kind of Janissary that can't build behind you if you do that. And EG finally gets somewhere by taking Marseille. Interesting that Italy and Germany are working together. Zach being forgiving about Berlin this turn. which is probably a correct move because Nicola's position is incredible and people need to do something, and this is something.
Yeah, England also got into the Channel, so pretty rough turn for France. Yeah.
Yep.
And now, okay, and now Russia's helping Nicola too. Everyone's like, "Well, I'm not gonna top. We'll let Austria top. I just want to stay alive, keep you in this game. We'll do what you want." And his little French accent is sweet talking everyone. Unreal. That's funny. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he's obviously got Russia as a full Janissary on board, which I guess that's why you keep Norwegian Sea around. You say, hey, I can be a useful Janissary because I've got this Northern Fleet. Don't take the Sev. So for Jason, that's obviously the deal he's gone for. It's clearly worked. Italy retreats to Berlin. I see Steve saying he could have retreated to Munich, which would have been hilarious, but also awful. So good job not doing that. Well restrained. If I'm Zach, I probably would have taken Berlin myself because I'd just rather that army up there was mine. So interesting that he didn't. He does get a build out on Marseille though. Otherwise, all pretty standard again for the West.
Yeah, now, Nicola's in Ionian. Yeah. The walking out of Sev is long term.
I think that's a cut of deal. As Jason
Sure.
says, if you take Sev, I pull Norwegian off the map. If you don't, I get to use it to really annoy.
No, I'm sure it was
coalition
agreed, and
sort of
I'm sure.
form.
I just think it's like I think David said last game. Nicola will play patiently, get his position, get the diplomatic people on his side, or get people on his side diplomatically, and
yeah. So Italy pulls the army that was in Berlin anyway. Other than that, we now go into the next year. Germany has retaken Berlin. They've done it with an army, which, to be honest, if I'm Germany here, I'd much rather have done it with the fleet. But okay, fair enough. You've got to cover Munich anyway in autumn. Still pressing the attack on France, which I think is actually the correct move because France, you've already got a Russian raider behind your lines helping the Austrian. You can't allow there to be French raiders as well. So England pushes down into mid-Atlantic, which is guaranteed. Burgundy hasn't fallen again. France is still making decent defensive moves, but sooner or later, this French position is going to crack because of Marseille. And elsewhere, it's just Nicolas Toyer showing that not only can he sweet talk anyone into anything, he can outplay you tactically as well.
yeah, Jason supporting Norway to north. I think it's just supposed to mess with him. I really wish he would have instead gone to Clyde. I think he would have had Liverpool.
He's got St. Petersburg because of it. Look, he's supporting Norway. Nothing can support St. Petersburg, and he's got 2 on St. Petersburg.
Yeah, but he didn't really need to do that. I mean, if he had been in Norwegian anyway, he could have just tapped Norway and still taken St. Pete. I don't know.
Yeah. So we have tactically. You back to anchor is interesting. You have to wonder whether that was agreed upon or not. But if Cody didn't do that by agreement, that's quite funny. If not, fair enough. AT rather, just completely crushed the Italian position. Bohemia falls, Naples falls. Elsewhere, the EG finally break France with the fall of Brest. France is quite a passive turn after a lot of turns where they've done some really good defence. I think the fact that Piedmont in spring had been used to do something in the east probably suggested that, hey, an attack on Marseille might have been worth it, or something would have been worth it. They've chosen I guess they were support holding Spain in case there was a clever attack on that, but that's probably the least likely avenue of EG attack. So unfortunate for Gabriel after a lot of good defensive turns. And England, although they get Brest, they lose St. Petersburg. Yeah, it's not terrible for them. I know they've still got that Norwegian fleet up there, but England's probably the only other player on this board that's got an okay position, except for Austria.
So I think at this point in the game, it's pretty obvious to me that Nicola's very likely to top. So I think we're going to go every other year or every other season. So, Katie, why don't you take this one? Just do a quick read, anything that catches your attention, and then McCullis, I'll go to you next in the poll.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Italy, and Nicola supported Turkey into Rome instead of the other way around. I'm wondering why it worked. Nobody tapped Venice, right?
Venice supported Germany to Tyrolia.
Venice supported Germany to Tyrolia?
Yeah, well,
No, oh, that's okay. Well, either way, so here's Turkey with possibly a build, although probably Nicola takes Tunis. And then France does not take back Marseille, but doesn't lose Spain, loses Paris, which is coming up for England and not for Germany. So, you know, in the EG, I'd much rather be England in this position. And Jason is moving north. He's sticking with Nicola, who may be going to take Warsaw instead or something. I don't know. But Jason, to his credit, is moving armies north.
Yeah, I mean, England's position is nice, but he's just let Russia walk into Liverpool. I'd say for Nicola that deal on Tunis, where you put Turkey and Rome and you take Tunis, is a really clever little deal. Because Tunis is something that's really annoying for Austria to take, whereas Rome, from this position, he's going to be able to take before the end of the game quite easily. So again, this is him planning 3-4 years ahead. By the end of the game, forcing Tunis might have been an issue. Now he doesn't have to. Gets the walk into Sèvres, gets a capture of Munich because France in Burgundy has done that raider behind the lines position. And yeah, I mean, if this wasn't a timed game, you'd have to start looking at Austria as a serious solo threat because all the armies on the board are just disappearing except for Austria's.
Yeah, and just Stephen pointing out some of the stuff that may not be apparent just when we're looking at the board. Zach was playing on 2 boards. I struggle in virtual just to find time to communicate with people with playing 1 board. So that can make coordination really difficult. So that's something to keep in mind when we're going through these.
It's true, but Zach doesn't do coordination, so it shouldn't matter.
That's right. It's no different than normal. All right, Katie, spring 1908.
Spring 1908. Russia's gonna walk into Eddie, but I guess we'll lose Liverpool, so he's gonna stay alive up there with that one fleet. That's kind of fun. England has backed off of France to deal with this Russian fleet, which I think is maybe kind of a mistake. I would just let Russia have his 1 dot, and you can follow him around and pick up whatever he's leaving, and focus on getting something somewhere else. And then maybe you go up +1, and then maybe you can destroy that fleet. You know, I think letting that be there and be an agent of chaos is probably not a big deal because I think you're able to handle it. Anyway, Germany takes back Munich, but Austria gets Berlin, which is, I mean, I think Berlin's more important than Munich anyway, so good for Nicola. He also, moves to Tyrolia, is going to have Venice this year. Yeah, it's going to get Venice this year. Moving into Western Med.
I mean, I say that if this was an untimed game, Nicola could solo, but he's on 13 dots. He's got a Turkish Janissary. He's got a French Janissary. They could throw him a solo from this position, even in a time game that this ends in as soon as next year. Like, this position is actually Warsaw, Moscow, Ankara, Venice, Rome, 1 more dot. And that 1 more dot in Iberia or Marseille or something is really easy to get if you have France throwing.
Yeah, but Turkey's got to completely die for that to happen. And usually if you're throwing to someone, your deal is that you survive. So,
yeah.
Katie, you said that you felt like Berlin was more important than Munich in this position. Why do you say that?
So I'm going to sound like an idiot because I'm talking about tactics and I don't like tactics, but Berlin is easier to hold, I think, from the east because you just need Prussia and Silesia and you've got it. I think if there's something like you can hold Berlin without Munich, but you can't hold Munich without Berlin. I can't remember how it works, but I know this because I was just playing a gunboat game recently and I stared at the German center. I was France, and I stayed at the German centers for like way too long. I don't want to admit how long it was. It's really embarrassing. And I realized that I have to get Berlin ASAP, because if I didn't, then that would be my 18th I never got, because they'll just be Prussia and Silesia and hold it. So I think Berlin is just more important to the stalemate line than Munich. I don't know. There's probably other reasons.
Yeah, I mean, there are versions of the stalemate line where you can hold just one of them from either side. Thing is, for what you're saying, to hold Berlin with Prussia, Silesia, you do need to also own Livonia, so that Prussia can't be cut for that to be a dead set stalemate line, which is going to be difficult for Nicola here. But you've got France in Ruhr, so yeah, I'll take Berlin every day of the week, because you've got a French army behind that can put you back into Munich as well.
Yeah, why is Zach sitting in Sweden? Go to Baltic. Come on.
I mean, the trust wasn't there with Russia, I would imagine.
Oh, Finland. Yeah, I didn't see Finland.
All right, McCullis.
All right, so as I said, he does get into Munich as well, whilst keeping Berlin. That useful French army that can give you so many options is now in Kiel and stays on the map. So there's still not even the faintest stalemate line at all. I mean, Burgundy is wide open. Ruhr is, I mean, it's got a German unit in it that could well be getting pulled off the board. Russia has obviously made a deal with England where they don't take Edinburgh, they take Norway instead. So they're probably planning ahead with that, in that they know something's going to have to support hold St. Petersburg at the end of the game to stop those two Austrian armies coming up there. That's probably why they've done that. Jason said, all right, give me Norway, and then we're friends. Nicola +3 builds, but only has 2 to put down. He's just... yeah. I mean, I think the actual trick to surviving in Venice here is to be the 18th dot, where Nicola is rushing for every other dot, because he's rushing for the ones that are hard to take before the end of this game, whereas he's sitting on Venice. I mean, I would imagine one of these builds is going to go down to finish off Turkey before the end of it. This is very soloable if the game isn't ending in 09. I think 09 is probably not soloable, but if this goes to 1910, I reckon it is.
I would say good money. It goes to 1910. Katie, solo, yes or no?
I think you'd have to get a lot of things right. You'd have to get a lot of guesses right, I think.
McCullis, you said you think it's very possible. Do you think it will?
I'm going to say yes. I think he can. I think he probably should actually solo from here, because he's kept that French unit on the map, and that makes all the difference. That French army in Kiel had gone and wasn't able to help throw him anything. I think he wouldn't be able to, but I think now he probably can.
All right.
I don't know.
Katie, let's read it out.
All right. Turkey took Naples. Hard to believe Nicola was on board with that, especially with Venice retreating to Rome. So Italy stays alive. That's fun. And Nicola doesn't have another army on Italy. So yeah, Italy might survive in Rome, because it's going to be real hard for him to take that with just like the one army in Venice. We see France taking back Marseille, which is kind of a big FU to Zach. France cannot build with it. Maybe they lose Spain anyway in the fall. England convoys London back to Belgium. Makes sense. Not back, but to Belgium. Makes sense. Jason's getting armies down south and the fleet in Norway to support St. Pete. I think Warsaw... I don't know. Maybe Warsaw doesn't fall. I don't know why Zach is tapping Warsaw. If Zach is not working with Russia, Warsaw will go to Austria. So
that was in case Warsaw did get into Moscow. In case they ever dropped down to Armenia to take out Turkey.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, call us fall turn.
All right, so Turkey now moves back to Rome with Austrian support, so Austria regains Naples. Whatever deal that was,
bummer.
Great. Austria also walks into Ankara for free, so Turkey has thrown the dots to them, which means that you don't have to take them before the end of this game. And he gets into Warsaw. Moscow is currently Russian, and
we'll stay Russian.
yeah, it's going to be difficult, but not impossible. You've got to take Prussia in spring to be able to take Moscow in autumn, assuming it ends in 1910. Stephen Ho staying quiet for all of the game finally leads to his demise. Sorry, Stephen. I think actually the most critical thing is that E&G recognised how dangerous that French unit was and took it off the map. And now that Kiel's gone, they've got the ability. The wrong unit has taken it, to be honest. Like, that actually should have been the English fleet, so they could go to Baltic Sea in spring, and you could put the pressure on Berlin. So I actually think they've made a tactical error the way they've done this, but it may well be enough to save their bacon. Possibly, they've got to take Berlin, and they don't have an easy route to do it. Whereas Austria's got a guarantee on Rome for their 18th.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're on 17. One more dot.
Have to assume that timed out then.
No, I think Nicola would draw here. I think he would. Wow.
Jesus, they got lucky.
Yeah, they really did. I didn't like this game. This game made me feel gross. This game made me feel gross. Well played to Nicola. Very well played.
Hogue points out you ended on time limit, so that's.
That is a magnificent game by Nicola, and I see Stephen was saying that draws were being vetoed. I think we can clearly see who was vetoing them and why.
Turkey. Turkey was vetoing. Turkey wanted Italy dead. That's terrible. Why else do you do that? I don't like that. Why do that anyway? Why even go to Naples? Why not just stay? I don't know. It's like messing with him.
All right. Well, little known fact, Nicola Taille is good at diplomacy, bringing that back. Yeah, well played, Nicola. Katie, what was the secret to Nicola's success in this game?
Italy and Turkey hating each other, I think. Yeah, in the beginning, he just... I assume a lot of it was diplomatic and the way he talked to people, but he just got there was a lot of unhappy people in the East. Like, I think in 1904, when I said, like, his position was pretty good, but everyone else's was pretty terrible. And I think people started to take that out on each other and not him.
All right. David, you got a chance to watch that from behind the stage. What was your take?
Total devastation, total domination. And we were wondering in March when Jackson Roberts got that 16 center board top, is that going to be the best result? And the answer is no, it's not.
Yeah.
Well, let's pause there. Before we do, though, let's take a look at where the standings stand after our early round games. So take a look at our top 10. Go ahead and bring that up. So unsurprisingly, Nicola Taille does, in fact, move into first place based on the strength of 3 board tops in 3 games played, score of 380, really, really high score. Ben Kelman remains in second. McCallus drops to second. McCallus to third. Johnny Gillum into fourth. Jason Bennett fifth, Peter McNamara sixth, and Cody Green fills out the final spot on our top 7. So we've got one more virtual Diplomacy League game to play, and we'll take a look at that later tonight. Right now, we're going to go ahead and transition over to the German Language League. While I do that, McCallus, there was a lot of play, tactical play around the stalemate line in that game. Did Nicola play things right for, like, understanding that time limit? Was there anything Nicola could have done to force that solo earlier? Were there any mistakes made, or was that the right way to go about it?
Maybe if you because it's a 6.5 hour time limit, you know when the time limit is, and he should have been able to do the maths and realise that was the final year. And if that's the case, if he got Turkey to throw him the dots a year earlier, he possibly could have got Rome and Venice in the final year. Possibly. Wouldn't have been easy, but it would have been doable. But then again, maybe Cody wasn't willing to throw him everything until that final point. So diplomatically, it's not always, someone might help you solo, but they usually have terms for it. They're not just, oh, I'll do anything you want. It's, I want this done this way. I want this person dead. I want this person punished. So it's not often as simple as, all right, just have this dot right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's transition us over to the German Language League. This will be our debut of this league. Robert Schupa, who qualified for last year's diplomacy or DBNI championship game, unfortunately was unable to play, is one of the main organizers for this league. It is a we're going to look at games from last season, the 2022 season. There were 4 games played in total. The league started in the back half of the year. They've got a game coming up on the 22nd, May 22nd, and it is open to English speakers, although it is primarily German language. So if you speak German, definitely sign up. If you don't and are willing to try and muddle your way through, perhaps at a small disadvantage, you can definitely sign up and play. Games are using the World Classic scoring system, so the same as the Virtual Diplomacy Championship at the end of year in December. And the players, you take your top 2 games count towards the league total. So where we're going to pick up halfway through last season, and on screen we can see what the standings were after 2 games. Robert Schupa in first place with a score of 332. Max, Lucas, and Katha are in striking distance, and really Sasha as well. So we're going to watch 2 games tonight. We'll talk through those games. We're going to see whether or not anyone is going to be able to catch Robert for that lead. So first up, I'm going to give, I think Katie gets a break here. Let me make sure.
I think it's me.
Yes, you're right. McCullis, you get a break. So we'll say farewell. And let's take a look at our players. So, Katie, I've got you on play-by-play for this one. So why don't you introduce our players?
Sure, we've got Robert Schupa in Austria, Max is in England, Alexander is in France, Merlin is in Germany, Sasha, Italy, Lugas is in Russia, and Lucas is in Turkey.
All right. And most of these players are going to be new to us on the Virtual Diplomacy League and League Night. A few of them are known to us, but several of these players are new players. So keep that in mind as we're watching these games. I think this may even be the first game for a couple of these players. So good to see new players joining the game. Good to see new ways to play the game. And let's take a look at 1901. And I'll have Katie, you're on play-by-play. And I apologize, I think I had the wrong players up. So similar mix of players, but we've got Dennis in Germany. So. And how about I show those orders?
I can guess.
Here we go. That would be fun.
All right. In the West, we've got England with a pretty standard opening. France, not very standard, opening up to the Channel, and Germany not going to Denmark, but instead going to Holland. That makes me think that North Sea is in danger. Yeah, I guess North Sea is in danger. I mean, it could be in danger from Denmark too. So it seems anti-England to me. Russia is opening pretty standard, moving Moscow down to Ukraine. There's a bounce in the Black Sea, and Italy moves to Tyrolia. Also, instead of moving to Ionian, which is usually typical, Italy moved to Tyrrhenian Sea.
I think Munich to Burgundy is also worth pointing out.
Oh, yep. I didn't even notice.
So that, and Dennis is not a new player at all. Dennis is an experienced player who's played a couple of virtual DixieCons, and I think I think he lives in the DC area somewhere. Has played a lot of diplomacy. So this is an interesting move from him, and obviously not what Max was expecting to lose Burgundy off the bat.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to be a insurance. I'm gonna take the risky play and move my fleet into Holland, but I'm gonna be in Burgundy just to make sure everybody's honest.
Okay. All right. Well, sorry. So Holland supported the fleet in North Sea to Belgium. Very interesting that it wasn't the convoy. I guess Germany wants to do an EG, but does not want England's fleet in the North Sea. England takes Norway. No builds for France. France left Spain, covered Paris correctly, but did not get a build because Spain went back to Marseille. Italy convoyed to Tunis and moved Tyrolia to Piedmont. So this might be a jump on France game. And then Austria moved to Bohemia, with Russia moving into Galicia. Russia has Sweden. Russia has Romania. There was a DMZ in Black Sea.
Now, somebody might be wondering why in tarnation would you move to Bohemia in that situation? And sometimes the theory is you're going to build in Vienna and Budapest. You're going to have 3 units to take Galicia with. That's the theory behind doing that. I'm not saying it's a very common way to do that, but that is a theory. Because then you've got 3 to automatically go in, because there's nothing really. I mean, it depends on the situation, but at least it gives you some chance of taking Galicia in that situation.
All right, so we've got double armies from Dennis in Germany. Not my favorite. I usually like to see a fleet build from Germany here. We've talked about that often on League Night, but it has occasionally paid off. Let's see, Katie, any of these adjustments stand out to you?
I mean, I think it's very EG. That's it. Very EG.
Well, and the army build from Russia is not what we've seen from other Russias tonight with all these aggressive building fleet North Coast stuff, which is fun to watch, but this is a little more normal to build the armies.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an EG. They're making some interesting decisions. Okay, Norway went to North Sea. Holland went to Hell. Belgium went to the Channel. The Channel went to MAO. Sorry, this is really Burgundy's and Gascony. That's pretty fun. I like Burgundy and Gascony. That's great for Germany. I mean, really great. Italy is moving against France also, with moves to Western Med and to NAF. And Turkey manages to get the fleet into Aegean and is in a pretty nice little defensive position.
I think Warsaw to Silesia is interesting. Mm-hmm. I mean, he was probably expecting the Germans to go to Silesia. Since the Germans are actually going the other direction, I wonder what that's going to mean. I mean, there are now 2 units that could take a shot at Munich, or they could take a shot at Berlin. It's interesting. Also, EGs don't really do Holland to Belgium, Denmark to Kiel in this situation. I don't know that that's what you do. Maybe that's what you do, as opposed to just going Holland to Kiel and then Kiel to Baltic. I mean, it's another move to get to the Baltic here.
Yeah. Why leave Norway? I don't know. I mean, I guess it was going to be taken anyway, but you could have retreated to, I don't know. Interesting. Okay, in the fall, we've got, looks like England and France have made up. England is moving into Skagerrak and falling into north in the Channel and out of Irish, so that's a lot less threatening to France. Although maybe France didn't know about it because France covered Brest instead of getting the build from Portugal. So another year with no French builds. Italy, meanwhile, has just convoyed into Spain with Germany's help. So that is pretty cool. I've never seen this in my life. It's really fun. In the east, we've got Austria taking Galicia and a bunch of bounces between Austria and Turkey and Italy.
So that answers the question of what Silesia does. They do not make some kind of deal and take a shot at Munich. Instead, they fight each other. Austria and Russia fight each other.
Yeah.
So this game reads to me as a bunch of new players who are having a really good time. All
It
of
does
the
look fun. It does
all
look
of
fun.
these moves, so much fun. I hope that these players are having a blast just looking at it. This looks like a really fun game. Probably Sasha having a little bit less fun, having to disband that army. Merlin builds Warsaw. Michael builds a army in Venice. Katie, what happens in 03?
So England takes back Norway. That was guaranteed. Well, I guess Germany could have messed with it. Almost guaranteed. Let's see what's happening in Italy. So Italy moves to MAO. Very, very nice. And then supports. I don't know which it's supporting. I'm assuming Brest to Gascony. But that seems like a rude way to repay the German who just supported you into Spain. Wow, this is a lot. So Austria is leaving Galicia and going back to Bohemia. Russia is taking Galicia. And Turkey convoys Constantinople into Greece. I really like that. I really like that move.
That is a nifty move because Ionian to Aegean doesn't mean squadouche.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure the last game if I've ever seen Italy, which I assume is going to take Portugal here, is going to take Portugal and Spain before anybody else takes Portugal and Spain.
That's true.
Well, if it's not France, I guess it'll be Italy, but this is wild, yeah.
Well, I mean, I have seen Italy take one of them, I don't know. I'm not sure I've never seen that. I'm with you, Katie. I've never seen this exact set of moves before, and it's fun to watch.
Yes.
Unless you're Max.
Yeah, probably not as much fun for him. It looks like Italy and France came to a deal where Italy was like, thanks for Iberia, I'll help defend against Germany. But Germany and Russia are now working together against Austria. Germany supporting Silesia into Bohemia, which works out really nicely for Germany because Italy and Austria are working together and trying to take Munich, but instead Germany can sort of get rid of that Austrian army up there. Meanwhile, it's a pretty big stab on Germany by England, with Russia supporting Skagerrak into Denmark and England just walking into Holland. And this is the fall. So England will be up 3 builds this year. Very, very cool. Yeah.
This is to go back to the point Brian was making. This is kind of what happens when you don't have 2 fleets. You don't really have the ability to project any power. I mean, the only thing he could do with that one fleet was just sort of ineffectually move around. Holland to Helgoland, Helgoland to Denmark. They didn't do anything. You just didn't have enough force projection. The 2 armies in Gascony and Burgundy are fun until you realize there wasn't anything he could much do when he got there, except he had helped the Italians.
Who didn't appreciate it.
Right.
But the Italians didn't need his help anyway, really, so. All right, this is a lot of English fleets. There's a lot of fleets. Okay, so England is moving south, takes Kiel with fleet with Denmark. Still looks like they're working well with Russia, who has taken back Budapest and is still also working with Turkey, who is now an Ionian. So this is looking pretty good for Turkey. Italy is in MAO and has a fun position and is working with France, I think. But I'm imagining those English fleets will have something to say about it. Although London moved to Wales and not to the English Channel. That's interesting.
That is interesting. I think we were saying earlier tonight that it's been a while since we'd seen an RT roll over the Balkans. We're about to see an RT roll over the Balkans.
Yep, in Serbia. Yep, I miss Serbia. Yeah, great. Wow, what a great Turkish position. I love it. And another convoy to Greece.
Another convoy to Greece. That's what I was going to say. Second
so good. So good. Good for Turkey. Destroy that Austrian fleet. Keep Serbia, Russia keeps Budapest, and Bohemia moves into Vienna. Really rough turn for Lucas in Austria. Really great turn for the Juggernaut.
All right, if you're watching this game and you're wanting to learn how to play the game, Mid-Atlantic holding, Gascony holding, and Naples holding is probably not ideal. Naples, for example, there's no reason not to order a Ionian here in case the Turks leave.
Yeah, do
And
something.
the
Yeah.
armies either go back to the Mediterranean and defend, or take Brest, or go to somewhere. The holds are not going to help you in the long run.
Yeah, it's also interesting. Germany has supported the French fleet into Belgium, so England has lost Belgium, and Italy, for their part, is not stabbing France in the back. I mean, could have taken two.
Perhaps the theory here is somebody's got to stop England. They're worried about England as the board topper. They're the leader, so they don't want to hurt the power that could be the balance on that side of the board.
That's fine, except that there's an RT inferno raging in the east, and you're worried about a smoldering, small time fire in the west.
All right. Well, 1904. We'll play Who Do You Like? Katie, start with you.
Turkey.
Turkey.
Yeah.
David.
Well, it's also Turkey, and we should have pointed out Marjan Arsolik is a very experienced player in Europe. He is not one of the people learning the game in this particular game. Has played a lot of all extended deadline tournaments and stuff. He's a good player.
All right. Is there anybody besides Turkey that you think has a solid shot?
Russia clearly has a shot. I mean, solid might be too strong a word, but they have a shot. It's definitely not a low percentage shot. It's a medium shot. It's just Turkey has a better shot.
That's primarily because Russia's got to grow somewhere, and it's against two people who are doing well on the board.
It's just that there's more for the Russians to deal with up north, and they don't yet have. Now they're getting ready to build, but they don't yet have a clear path of how they're going to win the chaos in the west. The Turks just need to outdo the Italians, which looks like they're going to be able to do from a position point of view. Now, not if you do a Congo line like that. You got to know, if you're the Turks, that to go to Tyrrhenian Sea is a waste of your time. So that is a missed opportunity. You go to Adriatic or Apulia there and move your fleets up.
I also think always go to Eastern Med instead. I mean, why do you need to be in Aegean versus Eastern Med?
Totally right. Yes.
So Russia leaves Romania, showing a lot of trust. I don't think there's any reason to go to Sev. So must just be backing up DMZ type thing. And Turkey left Bulgaria, so they're sorry, I just noticed Tyrolia walking into Munich. That's pretty fun. This is the spring.
Yeah.
Venice moved to Piedmont. I guess gonna make a play for Marseille. Although if they do, then France retreats to Spain, so it's kind of a net. What's the point? I guess. Yeah, I don't like that because Trieste is gone, and here I assume it goes to Russia. I would want it as Russia. I don't know. Let's see.
Well, I bet it's going to the Turks because the Russians are getting Berlin.
I didn't even see Berlin.
Getting Munich here. The Russians might be getting Munich here. In fact, it might be time for the Russians to jump on Norway while you're at it, because there's not much of Germany left. You're going to have to fight the English now anyway. You might as well hit them in the fall turn.
Yeah, that's true.
See, here they come. Now, it wouldn't have worked, but at least he would have bounced the convoy to Norway if he'd have done that.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he had to bounce. Never mind. He had to cover Sweden. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, but he takes Kiel. How does he take Kiel? With help from Holland? No. Who supported?
France.
Italy? No, he attacked Italy.
Germany supported it, right?
Oh, from
It doesn't really help because the Italians retreat to Berlin in that situation, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, what a mess.
Which is another thing that, as you pointed out, Marseille retreats to Spain. I mean, it's good to get the Piedmont army involved, though, I guess, because you don't want to defend yourself, the Italian. You want to go all the way over to Marseille when there's Russians and the Turks and the frickin' Tyrolean and Trieste basin.
Yep,
and Apulia.
The combo to Puglia, yeah.
Gosh.
Italy's not gonna. I mean, they're building, but it's not gonna be good.
There are two words to describe this. The first word is jugger. The second word is not.
Jugger. Orders 1905. We say farewell to Germany, I believe, and Austria. So Lucas and Dennis, thank you for playing. We've got +1 for Max. So France builds again. We've got the Juggernaut continuing to grow. +3 Russia. Does this change your opinion? Is it advantage Russia in the Juggernaut now?
No, because Russian centers are always more precarious. A Russian front is always more precarious than the Turks.
Yeah, and England is doing pretty well and hasn't had any real threats from the south, I don't think. Especially since France couldn't build a fleet, like it was going to be an army, and they're fighting Italy now. England is, I think, going to be able to do some defending.
Now, nobody's saying the Russian position's bad. They still got a decent shot. I just think the Turks have a better shot of topping, but we'll see.
Okay. So Puglia gets into Venice, which was guaranteed. Why does the convoy not go? There must be a misorder?
It must have misordered.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bummer. That would have been cool.
Convoy Smyrna. Oh, Convoy Smyrna to Aegean, and he misordered the Aegean fleet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, backstabber's the worst. Okay, I'm assuming they're playing on backstabber. I don't know. So Russia is mobilizing north. They get out to Barents. They're losing Sweden, but I think, I don't know. They may pick up Norway. Well, no, I don't think. They're losing Sweden. They've lost Kiel. That fleet, the Russian fleet in Kiel, is piffed with French and English coordination. Italy is, I think, now finally turning to fight the Juggernaut, but is losing Portugal. Spain loses to Portugal. So France is now in Kiel and Portugal. France has turned this game around. 2 years of no French builds. I am pretty impressed that relatively, they don't have a very strong position on the board. I think the Juggernaut is obviously controlling the board, but still, it's something.
The Turkish position would be so much better if they hadn't misordered. But isn't that always true when we misorder?
Yes.
It's true when I misorder.
I mean, I've never misordered before, so.
So a power on the board, in my opinion, at least, that does not hate the Juggernaut is France. And in this game, you're kind of seeing why. It will pull units away from one side or the other of France's enemies, give them opportunities. But I don't know if France is going to be able to take advantage enough here to catch up.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Hey, look, the Turks can convoy to Apulia and everything.
Well,
Wait a minute. Michael.
Yeah.
We have talked about this already. Hold. No.
That's got to be not completing orders. It's got to be he was deciding and time ran out and didn't decide. Yeah.
It must be. That is unfortunate.
So what would the orders be that you would do here, David?
I think I would probably have maybe self-standoff there because you're making sure that there's no slippage into Rome behind you with some kind of goofy guess. You certainly would have wanted to go western to Tyrrhenian, not to Lyon, unless you were going to do something, put one of your other fleets in Tyrrhenian for some reason, and go Tunis to Tyrrhenian. I know there were some order mistakes here. Michael may be learning the game. I'm not trying to be hard. I'm just trying to say that somebody learning the game, and those of you that are watching this that are learning the game, you're learning some stuff about making sure you get your orders in on time and making sure that you come up with something for each of your units to do. Holding can sometimes be the right answer, but only by default.
Oh, France didn't build no ones. About to go to 7. Well played, Max. And got double armies. How do we feel about that, Katie?
If I'm France and I have one fleet, it better be a 1. I don't like it. I don't know. Maybe they're worried about a stalemate line. England has no armies, so someone's got to put armies in Germany. Well, no, England's got Sweden and Denmark. Very, very useful places for armies to be.
So you really needed a fleet Brest there to go to the Mid-Atlantic to come around. You really needed a fleet there.
Yeah, I think they're not going to be able to respond in time to Turkey cutting through Italy. So
let's see. The Italians did move this time and actually supported themselves to Apulia, which ended up being a pretty decent move.
Yep.
So one thing I don't know if I mentioned earlier or not, these games are time limited and they play for about 4.5 hours. So the bar games, the Windy City Weasels play, have similar kind of timelines. Usually those games will end in 1907, 1908 timeline. So we could potentially be getting towards the end of the game at this phase.
We should also point out that in European play in general, ending a game in 1907, 1908 is pretty standard in European tournaments in general.
Yeah. So,
Oh.
So, game ends 1907. So at the end of it, I don't know if that was a draw or by time, but the net result is we have a Russian board top at 9 centers.
Wow.
David,
I was not expecting the time to be honest, I was not expecting the game to be over this quickly, because if I had thought it was going to end in 1907, I would have said, well, Russia, yeah, how are you going to catch them, Turkey? You don't have time, particularly with the misorder into Apulia. That slowed him down a little bit. He probably would have gotten one more center if he had had that army there faster. So, but at any rate, obviously this goes to show you, and I've always made this argument, those of you that love balance of power play, I like it too, but it's not the only way to play. And sometimes in a short game, it is not the correct way to play. Because if you are the one alliance that sticks together and kills people, you will come out ahead in a shorter game than you would doing the balance of power thing.
Well, David, I think you and I have now covered hundreds of diplomacy games here over the past 3 years. And if there's one thing I've learned from watching those games and from you, there is no one right way to play this game. And that's what keeps it fresh and interesting. I will also say this game looked fun to me.
Yeah.
It looked so much fun. It was chaos. It was a mess. And I really hope that these players had a good time, come back and play some more.
I know that people have lives and stuff, but I wish this game didn't end here. Like, I feel like a lot of people got robbed. I think France got robbed. If this game goes on only one more year, France might top, because France probably gets Berlin, takes back Marseille. Like, one more year might have been enough to do it. Turkey obviously had a great position. Yeah, this is fun. I would want to keep playing this game.
You do
even
have
if I
to
were in
know,
Italy.
with these shorter games like this, you do have to just know going in you are playing a completely different game.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it is. And just like when you play an unlimited game at a face-to-face event like mine, it's totally different than playing a game in a European tournament that's going to end in 1907. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but they're just completely different. It's like in golf playing a match play game versus a stroke play game. It's just playing almost two different sports.
Yeah. Well, result of that is Robert stays in first, and we've got Merlin moving into second. And Sasha did well as well. So we've got one more game to play, and we will see how this league ended its 2022 season with our final game. David, Katie, I'm gonna give you a break, and we're gonna bring McCallus back onto the stream. Thank you, Katie. McCallus, welcome back.
Hello again.
And David, why don't you introduce our players?
Well, we've got our favorite Dutch Kuiper, Jelti Kuiper, coming in here playing Austria. We all know him from VDL. We just saw Merlin, Lucas, and I guess we didn't see Max and Martin, or did we?
I think we saw Max.
Saw Max. Okay, so we've seen some of these players. Alexander Marcondes has played with us in the virtual world, and of course, we all know Robert Schuppe, one of our DBN analysts himself, coming in as the Turk.
So Robert having the opportunity to defend his first place, and let's go ahead and get to that game. Here we go.
All right. The second game in a row in the German language league with no French going to Burgundy. In this case, the Germans don't go to Burgundy either. But I would say that particular opening for the French is one that I used to see a lot in the early days. It's the one where you can take potentially 3 centers and also not go to Burgundy to make the Germans mad at you. Venice to Tuscany is not something you see very often. It's usually, when you see it, it's either somebody is learning the game or they're making some kind of diplomatic ploy, some kind of mind game ploy. Considering that Rome went to Naples, I think it's probably the former. We do see the Armenian fist bump move with the Smyrna and Sev going to Armenia. Probably Shupa explaining to Martin what that is in the virtual world. But otherwise, I would say pretty standard openings.
I have to say the Armenian fist bump is already slightly more risky for Russia than it is for Turkey. But if you're doing it while opening north as well, that's a whole other level of risk because you have 1 unit on rum here. That
is playing on the edge.
Yeah, if Robert was the one who orchestrated that, it could be one of those 55-45 kind of situations you were talking about earlier. So.
St. Pete to Finland and Bothnia to Baltic is an interesting combination of moves. Bothnia to Baltic means that you knew you were going to get bounced in Sweden, and so you're doing something about it. But in that situation, do you go St. Pete to Finland? I don't know. You certainly do go Warsaw to Silesia. This is what happens when Germany lets the cat out of the proverbial bag and says, I'm not going to let you have Sweden. We do have the convoy from England. We've got a bounce in Belgium, could be arranged. Otherwise, Vienna to Bohemia is interesting. It could be the same thing we saw in the last game, where you're setting up a 3-army attack on Galicia in the fall. In the spring of next turn. And the Russians do take Romania with just that one poor fleet by himself with Turkish support.
I smell a rat.
You think that's what Bohemia means? It could very well in conjunction with Silesia.
In conjunction with Rum, it's a fleet in Rum. Turkey's brought their fleet out. It seems like the West is also smelling a little bit Tripoli, with France putting the fleet into Spain's south coast, England's convoy to Norway. This is, if you're looking at triples on both sides of the boards, these are pretty much the moves you could say, be careful about triple forming, and see that on both sides. And if that is the case...
But Carlos, what does Tuscany hold mean for the future is my question.
Well, as I was going to say, the problem with that is that Italy's not in either triple, so my deepest sympathies to Alexander. You're going to have a miserable game if that's what's happening.
Yeah, I've seen an argument for the army in Tuscany to try and be an accelerator for an early west move. There is no way in the world I would go west early from this port state is Italy.
Well, unless you're going to be the tip of the spear against the Western Triple, if all of that is what's happening.
I still wouldn't do it. No way.
I refuse to countenance the idea of Eastern quadruples. They don't exist. They can't hurt me.
Well, I wouldn't be thinking about going west anyway if I convoyed to Tunis instead of putting my fleet there. Because how are you going to go?
All right, we've got some interesting builds here. David, what's your take?
Well, the South Coast is not surprising given what we knew was already a Russo-German war. The 2 armies from Germany is something that we are all going to agree is almost always horrible. Now, if you know you're going to triple as the West, and if you know that, then sometimes you could make an argument for 2 armies to get a jump, but not when there's a frickin' Russian fleet in the Baltic, you can't. So that is an interesting situation, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that Germany isn't cutting some deal where England gets Denmark and Germany is going to try and take it themselves, you then got an army in Denmark, which is a bit crap. It's not good for forcing Baltic Sea. I think for Russia, yes, fleets in Petersburg South Coast, it's a clear follow-on of what they've done by attacking Germany, but it's also a very clear, hey, England, just come and take St. Petersburg, because that is probably what's going to happen now. It's so much more difficult to defend. I do love fleet builds, and no one is Russia, but they're never on that coast.
Well, maybe this is a diplomatic ploy to try to get England to help. I'll help you against Germany, England, if you want to plow into them.
Maybe. I think it should be said that England and Turkey are the top two players in this league, and how much are they coordinating everyone else on their side of the board to, hey, go and deal with Turkey over there, go and deal with England over there. I'll give you as much room as you like, and perhaps that's going to factor into the equation here.
All right, I can't help but make the same point for the third time tonight. Baltic and St. Pete holding, send them both to Bothnia at least to make sure that, I'm not saying that it was very likely for the Germans to go to Bothnia, but why the hell not self-bounce there? At least you're covering 3 spots with 2 units. Don't like the holds. I don't like them. Aegean to the Ionian. Second game in a row, we've seen the Turks get a jump on the Italians here. Because, the Italians are worried about the French coming, and they are coming. As Mikala said earlier, he feels sorry for Alexander Maconis.
Yeah, this is full rat in the east. Turkey's into the Ionian. They could have piffed Romania, but they've chosen not to. I don't know if that was actually somewhat expected by Russia, but as it is, doesn't matter. You can do it next year. I agree with Russia. With what you said about Russia. Like, I don't like the South Coast build, but if you're going to do it, you've got to do something aggressive with it. If you're just going to play defense, build in Moscow and pull Finland back to defend St. Petersburg. Do something that isn't going to result in St. Petersburg instantly falling this year, because that is very, very easy for England to take it this turn.
And there it goes. And you might have just seeded that, gone to Bothnia with that fleet, and then have a 3-person attack on Sweden might have been the way to go.
Yep.
And again, trying to throw yourself into England. Fine, England, take St. Pete. Just take it with a fleet. Make some kind of diplomatic ploy.
Yeah, do something aggressive. Like, it's an aggressive build. Don't do an
now,
aggressive build.
I don't know why we're saying the word I don't know why we're saying the word aggressive and not including in the same sentence Yelty Kuiper's attack on the Italians. That's actually where we need to use the word aggressive.
David, do you know what this reminds me of? What Christopher Ward did not do.
It's true.
In our previous game.
That is totally true. It turned out okay, but that is exactly right. We didn't mention that Trieste had gone ahead and gone to Venice, but obviously they had because the Italians had gone west. But in this situation, I guess you just go to Rome. What did Tyrrhenian Sea do? They tried to convoy to Naples, which didn't work because it got disrupted because they were dislodged. Oh, my gosh. Actually, the convoy to Naples would have been a cool way to defend 3 spots if there hadn't been 2 rough French fleets there. I've done that before. You're defending Tunis, Naples, and Tyrrhenian when you do it that way. So that's a cool idea, but it didn't work because there's 2 French fleets.
I think what I would say is if you're Italy and you're not planning to cover Rome, which you obviously wasn't, Piedmont should be tapping Venice so that you can only lose one of the 2. I know Tuscany is slightly better for taking Rome back, but it's not worth the sacrifice. If you tap Venice, you only lose 1.
Again, it would be getting position in exchange for not getting to keep a center, and it's a fall turn. There are times that makes sense. There's not very many times where that makes sense. There are some. There's not many when you're on defense.
Yep.
McCullis, I'll go to you for these adjustments.
Austria, as usual, when there's a rat, Austria was a dominant position in 1902. Just rush over that. Fleet Trieste, cool. Why not? Probably don't want to upset Russia by building 2 armies. I'm not entirely sure you need 2 fleets as Austria here, but it's also a check for dealing with Turkey later. We know these games have short time limits, and sooner or later you are going to have a Turkish problem. So I think I like the planning ahead from Yelty on that front. France, Fleet Brest, England Fleet Channel. This suggests a bit of an EF war is about to break out, possibly. In which case, even better news for the rat. And even better news for England because, hey, they've got an army in St. Petersburg because of Russia having the fleet there. It got pulled off the map. They get to walk into Moscow in 1903.
You know why they get to do that? Because they did not kill that Russian fleet in the spring turn like they should have. This is a rat that missed that opportunity, and that is a major mistake. Major mistake. Because Bulgaria and Serbia didn't do anything. They could have done that in the spring turn, moved back out in the fall, gets rebuilt as an army in Moscow. The situation is totally different.
Yep. They do it now, but it's a Be a
late.
case of too little, too late.
A day late and a dollar short, as we say.
Well, and they're losing the center. Oh no, it's spring. I'm sorry.
Well, they're still losing all the centers, is what's happening.
Yeah, so I think if we go through that again,
I think
obviously-
Martin just gave up here, right? He didn't even take a supported shot on Sweden. He just gave up and said, "Take my stuff."
Yeah, that definitely seems to be. I mean, Austria supporting Germany into Warsaw is an interesting way to end the year. That's a bit of a realignment from Iraq. Austria's also taken rum. Perhaps there's a sign that this isn't actually going to be an AT going forward, because the Austrian army is moving in the wrong direction for an AT here. So maybe Austria's gone, right, Russia's off the map. I'm going to need a friend in the north to deal with Turkey. And again, as I said before about England and Turkey being the two threats on this board, the English army in Moscow is almost certainly going to be anti-Turkish, in which case you can then put it in as, oh, it must be pro-Austrian then if you're going to attack Turkey. So Turkey perhaps seeing that in advance, that's why they've gone to Armenia, but their position is not ideal. They have got a build, but they're quite spread out. Potential problem with France, potential problem with Austria. Interesting to see what happens in the West. It looks possibly like that was an attempted German stab on the triple, but France walks into North Atlantic with England not caring in the slightest so far.
I don't think this is a triple, at least not anymore.
No.
Now, I assume Germany is building for Marseille, right? So should they build a fleet now? Yes, is the answer. Yeah. Giving yourself no diplomatic options whatsoever as the Germans.
I mean, if you're going to build all armies, this is what you do with them, though, because you're not going to break through France. It's such a slow process trying to channel them through the Burgundy bottleneck. So if you're going to go all armies, the only place you can actually go is east to deal with Austria. So fair enough, that seems what they're going to do. Looks like the AT is, in fact, still together, and they've learnt their lesson about piffing fleets before they need to by piffing Greece in spring this term. Although, to be fair, if it's going to be an AT from the start, why build the second Austrian fleet? And France is... What was the Tyrrhenian Sea doing? Was that supporting Naples into Ionians? They're just trying to cause some discord, I think. Maybe Greece wasn't
just get the Turkish fleet out of Naples. I mean, that's actually a pretty decent move that Scott made there, because they were trying to bounce in Ionian, and now the Turks have been forced to leave Naples.
This is true, but also the fact they were trying to self-bounce in Ionian means that France could have got into the Ionian if they'd supported themselves there.
True. And here they come back into Naples anyway. But still, I thought it was kind of a nifty idea for the French.
Yep. So they obviously are going to rebuild that Austrian unit as an extra army. Fair enough.
Merlin, you cannot convoy through the Kiel Canal. One of those things you have to learn when you're learning the game.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's very interesting that France, their extra fleet has gone to Clyde and beached itself and nobody cares. I guess Barents Sea comes back, maybe it's some slight care, but that's interesting. And Robert, he's putting Austria into Moscow because, hey, as I said before, England's his rival for winning this league. So, yeah, by all means, I don't care if Austria tops this board as long as England does not top this board. So, yeah, maybe that's Robert's pitch to Yelty to not stab him. It's like, I'm very happy to be a Clyde Junior as long as you don't let England top. And that's quite a persuasive case to someone playing a one-off game like I believe Yelty is here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my army in Khan would go to Syria if it could. That's what I'm showing. Hey, that was as far away from you as I could go if I could do it in one move.
Right. Pushing on to spring of 05.
Austria keeps advancing, moves up to Warsaw with Moscow support. Turkey has pulled some armies around, but they're moving slightly further away from the Austrian dots. France is pushing further forward, but that is a stalemate. Like, this is an eastern stalemate position now. Warsaw and Moscow aren't necessarily holdable, but in a game as time limited as this, it's de facto a stalemate. Looks like there's some more attempted convoys that haven't worked by England, and compared to how action-packed the last game was, this has been surprisingly static.
Yeah, there's really nothing happening at all here. We could just move on to the next turn. Finally, he does a convoy to Sweden.
And
But he's lost so much tempo here. It almost is sort of a foregone conclusion what's happening. Now the Turks do take Greece. At the same time that they have helped to put Austria in Warsaw. So I don't really think that makes so much difference.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's by agreement.
Yeah, perhaps England was a rival in the league, but they certainly have not been able to do much in this particular game. Just too many missed opportunities.
I mean, you say that, but this Sweden to Holland convoy, 2 units on Belgium potentially, walk into Denmark, guess right on what France does. Oh, it ends. Maybe they didn't know when the time limit was. Maybe they were going to try and make a big move this year. They were only 3 behind Austria.
Well, this is fall of 06. That is unlikely to be a time limit, right? That's maybe just giving in.
I don't know. It depends how they do the time cutoff in this league, whether it's like VDL and you play out the final year, or whether it's just, right, we've made this time, bang, game over. Because if it's that, this may have been really close to actually going through into doing it. Maybe there was a long retreats phase or something that just tipped it over. And,
I mean, this is done after the spring 1906 move. In other words, it's 1905 supply center totals. That's not 4.5 hours. That's less than that. Something has happened here. Somebody's given up. They've said, well, we're going to make sure Austria is the board topper here. Why don't you just give up? Something like that has happened. Got to be.
Well, the end result, let's take a look at our final standings. And we do see Robert is able to hang on to first place, in fact, increasing his score. So Merlin comes in second, Sasha third, Lucas fourth, Max fifth, ELT sixth, and Marjan, is that how you said it?
Marjan, I think.
Marjan,
I believe so.
In seventh. So fun games. Michalis, what's your impression of the games that you got to see?
I think you could tell there was a blend of experienced players, not just Robert, but obviously people who play locally in Germany, and some newer players. But there was some good dynamics between that and some different strategies to what we normally see. It sort of reminded me a bit of the C Diplo French games we play, but perhaps even more, like especially that first game we saw, even faster than that, because the deadline was actually really, really quick and people had to adjust their play as a result. And there were crazy things happening almost every year in that. So that was a really interesting situation that we don't see so much of over here.
I wanted to say Ausgezeichnet to Robert, which means outstanding in German. To Robert for getting this going. It's a start. I mean, let's not worry about the gameplay too much. These are a lot of guys learning and so forth. It's just great that they've got a start of a German league, which hopefully will lead to some German face-to-face play also. It's just great to see the little seeds being planted.
Yeah, absolutely. The way this hobby grows is more opportunities to play, more ways to play, and it can grow. It's such a beautiful game, can be played across so many different languages. It's really good to see this happening. If you are interested in playing, German Language League has a game coming up on the 22nd. Definitely check that out. Let Robert Schupa know. There should be, I know Robert's on the VDL Discord server. I've got the VDL Discord server in the show notes, so you can find Robert there. I will try to remember to get the link for the games on the diplobn.com/schedule website as well.
And to anyone else out there from a non-English language, you too could arrange one of these leagues so that you can win a title. And do what Robert's done.
Yes.
Yeah,
And-
to follow up on that, if there are people watching this who are Spanish or Portuguese speakers, there is a group that has been trying to get something off the ground there. And so if you're interested at all, contact DBN. We'll put you in contact with the folks that were trying, with Andre Janeco and whoever else trying to put that together, because wouldn't that be a great addition?
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. Well, David, thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us tonight. I believe we're wishing you good night. Thank you as always. And we'll welcome back Katie to the stream. Katie, welcome back.
Hello.
And this will get to our final game of the night. So we've got Nicolas Taillet, we just saw, with 2 strong performances, commanding first place lead. Ben Kelman in second, and McCallus, you are holding on for third. Let's go ahead and take a look at our final game of the night. We have playing tonight, McCallus, why don't you introduce our players?
All right, in Austria, we have Cody Green playing out of Katie's favourite state in America. In England, we have Jackson Roberts playing from Orange County, California, looking to build on his previous best score that Nicolas has just overtaken as the best of the league so far. In France, we have Tim Crosby playing from Florida. He's back for more after a really strong season last year, so good to see Tim back. In Germany, we have unknown. We have a mystery. Hopefully it's not Zach Moore once again, because I'd like to talk about how Germany's made a much better start to this season than they did last year, but I couldn't do that while Zach was playing Germany, so hope he's not just hiding in an anonymous account. John Jameson playing Italy, another old face we're seeing back returning for the first time possibly this season, or maybe he's played one already. Jason Maspal playing Russia, and Matthew Tatonci playing Turkey. 2 other players who were familiar faces last season, and good to see playing again.
All right, Katie, any storylines you're predicting based off of our players?
No. Sorry, I got nothing.
That's good. Steve says he is GM for this one. We're in for a treat. I can't wait. But before we get to that, we've got to figure out the theme of the night for our boards. So I'll just read those out. We had apiculture, miracles, bees, and peace. Does anyone have any ideas what the theme of the night for the boards were? Chat, I'm good with you also putting in thoughts.
Hippies?
That was yeah, that's what I said. I asked Zach, is like, okay, what is it? And it's hippie beekeepers apparently. So
that's just my area of expertise. If you look at me, I have so many bees.
Yeah, I do not think that there was a theme for these. I think Zach just came up with that at the last minute, but you were on the same wavelength as Zachary Moore, McCallus.
Wow. Congrats.
Yes.
Right.
All right.
Leave you here.
Well, let's get to our final game. And spring of 1901. Here we go.
All right. So Jackson in England making the standard opening again. Seen quite a lot of that today. But France, Tim Crosby is not making the standard opening. He's gone not quite the hood hog. He's put 2 of the units on Belgium, including the Channel. So pretty aggressive opening from Tim. Could be an opening for a sea lion, especially with Germany. They make the standard opening, but that's one that's very easily done to put Denmark into North Sea. Russia, pretty standard opening, but notable that Cody Green tried to DMZ Delicia and, Russia still moved there. So maybe he thought Russia was opening north, maybe not. And John Jameson has he's seen Stephen Hoag's playing as Italy, or was playing as the GM, and saw Steve's game from earlier, obviously, and went, oh, okay, Italy should do nothing. So,
oh my god, I don't understand how this happens. There's a grace period. It's right. I don't understand. This is terrible. I think this is the worst time you can NMR. You're not going to get a build. It's terrible. It's terrible. I guess maybe Austria could let you into Trieste.
It could be that he was a late sub for somebody who had trouble or something. I don't know.
It's rough. It's rough.
All right, so full 1901, we do see that was indeed signs of a full sea line against Jackson. Jackson is here, loses North Sea, Germany moves up to Holland, and France moves into Belgium. So the perfect sea line from their perspective. Russia takes Romania, Turkey pulls the fleet out, possibly in a reaction to Italy's NMR. Yeah, pretty standard stuff other than the big headline being the sea line.
Yeah, I wish John had gone for Trieste, because I don't know. Well, maybe he's not trying to fight Austria, but I don't know why else he moved 2 armies north. But you think, oh, of course it's going to be covered, but it would have been nice to see him salvage it and get it built.
I mean, if you're England and you're looking at a sea lion in spring, which it obviously looked pretty sea lionish, what would you have done? Is this really the best thing that you would do?
I don't know. I was looking at Italy. What did they do? Support road to Belgium?
Didn't bounce either of them. I mean, my trick usually when I'm being sea lined, if I see a sea line, I don't even take Norway. I just support whole North Sea and say to Germany, good luck getting anything out of me. But
I don't think Jackson has to know it's a sea line. I mean, Russia and Germany are pretty standard openings, and France just opened to the channel. I think that Jackson was like, well, let's just EG. Obviously, like he wanted to EG fight, punish Tim for opening to the channel. I think he just thought he might have Germany on his side, and he didn't.
Yeah, it's fair. I think I would have been at least wary enough to be bouncing Belgium if you want to punish France. Making sure you're the one moving there.
Winner of 1901. With our adjustments, Jackson's building an army and a fleet. Same from Tim Crosby. Escalation continues. Jason Massbaum builds double armies. Cody double armies, and Matthew Tatanchi builds fleet Smyrna. Michalis, will go to you. Anything stand out on these adjustments?
Yeah, so I didn't like Jackson, like his passive North Sea move, but I really like putting the second army down. Like that is a way to say, hey, you guys are probably not getting anything from me. I'm going to just turtle up and make your lives a misery. And that can sometimes be enough in itself for one of Germany or France to be impatient and swing around on the other. So yeah, I do like putting the second army down on the continent. Other than
especially because Jason Massbaum didn't build in St. Pete. I mean, he doesn't want any part of taking down England early, so it's not looking as bad for Jackson as it did a turn ago.
Yep.
I mean, he can move to St. Pete, but at least it's not a fleet.
Doesn't necessarily have to be hostile as well. They could be could just have been making sure that Jackson didn't slip in. England gets back into North Sea because, hey, those 2 armies have done the job. They've said, hey, you're probably not getting anything from me. And Tim Crosby's gone, yep, you're right. Okay, I'm going to attack Zatmore. I'm just going to pretend it's Zat from Germany because they're not having a great turn. And yeah, they move into Ruhr and to Burgundy. That's a pretty devastating turn for Germany because they have no way to defend Munich. They've lost the North Sea, but they had to retreat to Skagerrak. So if they want to stay even, they have to pick a fight with Russia, the only neighbor not attacking them. Yeah, tough turn for Unknown. Good turn for Tim Crosby for sure, and well recovered by Jackson. He made the tactical play, and it's paid off. Fair play. John Jameson moves his armies up and around. So again, we're seeing Italy. A bit of a running theme tonight of Italy's going all the way around Austria and doing things against Russia early on. Haven't seen that for a while, so that's something that's specific to today.
Yeah, Turkey moving against Russia is obviously, I think, notable. They've got Austrian support into Rum, but they're not coordinating in Aegean, so I don't think that Austria thinks this is an AT.
Maybe. I mean, a bounce between them is probably quite good. It could be an AIT with all 3 of them bouncing there and all being arranged. In which case, poor Jason, what did he do?
Well, he just was Jason, I guess.
I mean, that unit that went up to St. Petersburg goes back the other way, but he loses Sevastopol to the Turks. He loses Rum to the Austrians. Germany does try and attack Sweden, so he is literally attacked by almost everyone this turn. because Italy is supporting Austria into Galicia. So that one English support was the only unit that boarded Jason and wasn't hostile to him. Ouch. Don't know who he upset to do that. Tim Crosby, having made all those good moves in spring, has unfortunately guessed wrong and got nothing from it. Still not a terrible position, but the fact that Italy is tried to support Hull Munich does seem to suggest he might have a harder time breaking through the centre than it first appeared. John now gets into Tunis, gets his extra build. This could well be an AIT, and if there's an AIT, maybe Italy's about to come steaming west.
What happened? Why didn't Edinburgh get to Denmark? Didn't Conway do?
Because Skagerrak tapped Sweden to cut the support.
Oh, Skagerrak tapped Sweden. Okay.
All right, Katie, let you discuss these adjustments.
All right. Well, Tim building Fleet Brest suggests that he is certainly laying off of Germany and probably instead is going north, although maybe there's already rumors of this AIT. Maybe he's going to go south, but then he could have just built Marseille. I don't know. Then we've got Russia, I think, disbanding Galicia, an army out of John Jameson. Interesting. Not suggesting an AIT. And fleet out of Turkey, so maybe it's an IT.
Need for those Italian or those Turkish builds suggest AIT. Tell you what, I'm not doing an IT with a free fleet Turkey though.
Well, yeah. Well, it's not. I don't think it's an IT.
Looks like it could be a Wintergreen versus 80 situation with Italy now supporting Russia back down into Galicia. So Jason's finally found a friend, which is good because he's lost the only friend he actually had before as England walks into St. Petersburg. And as a result, Germany walks into Sweden. So still not a great game to be Jason Massbom in. In the West, it looks like Tim Crosby has sort of tried to disengage from England, but that build in Brest is just very awkward. England moves an army back to Wales to cover in case it is hostile, but he's pulled out of the channel down to Mal. This is a very awkward position all round for Tim. I don't get it.
I think he doesn't. I think he doesn't know what he wants to do because he's clearly still attacking Germany. But why didn't he build an army? The fleet in Belgium is awkward. It's weird. Tim, what are you doing? Tim, explain yourself.
Maybe he wants to drop into the Med, but he wasn't sure. Like if he built in Marseille, it was too obvious. But I mean, I guess being in Mal, now that there's an AT coming to Italy, now you can say, hey, Italy, do you want me to come and help you? And France loves to be that person who comes and helps. And, oh yeah, I'll send the fleet down into the Med to prop you up. And then when the time is right, I'll take some of your dots myself. So maybe that's why he's put a fleet back to Mal. But I mean, Fleet Belgium and Fleet Brest is just a really awkward position for attacking Germany. But who are we to criticise? Does he finally guesses right on Munich and Italy does not disrupt him this time? Italy is reacting to the AT. So AT force Ionium, Turkey into Ionian Sea. Austria moves up to Albania, which is quite nice for getting to Adriatic for breaking through Italy that way. France does drop into the Med as a potential helper. So maybe that was the plan all along. And with Munich also falling, this is Tim just slowly ticking upwards whilst getting into nice positions overall. So pretty good year actually for him at the end of the day.
Yeah, not a good year for Jason. Jason is done in the north. St. Pete is English and Sweden is German. He doesn't take back Sev. So Jason's in a bit of a rough spot.
After what was a pretty standard 1901, nothing unusual in any regard. I don't know what Jason did, but yeah, everybody on the board turned
spit
on
in
him.
Matthew's drink or something. All right.
Carlos, these are your adjustments.
All right, if I'm Italy and I'm wanting French help, I might want one fleet. I'm not sure I want three. So maybe this is actually Tim coming in and saying, yeah, maybe I'll just take it myself. possibly still not terrible for John's survival chances, because if you get France and Turkey fighting, you can sort of survive in between. But see, it's definitely not ideal with Naples being guaranteed to fall as well. But John gets into Vienna with some good guesswork, so that's really, really nice. Really well played to get what looked like a terminal position and at least get something. And piffing the Austrian army as well is really helpful on that front. If there's going to be a time for Turkey to stab, you can now say to Turkey, hey, why don't we just carve up the Austrian dots between us? We've got the armies here. Good. It's a really, really nice move there by John, I think. In the West, it's all much of a nothing. England slowly moving in position to further their attack on Germany, and France pushing up to Rouen. Mao doesn't come into the mid, so perhaps Tim a bit worried about Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Mao holding. I think it's good. But it didn't need to for long, I guess.
I think we've seen quite a few times France commits hard into the Med early, just as England slips into English Channel and walks into Brest, and that defended against that. So that's probably Tim and a bit of experience there. John, unfortunately, does not get to keep Vienna. Austria retakes it, but it was a decent effort and gave himself a shot on that front. And he doesn't lose Rome because France is there to help. Ionian Sea does not go to Turkey, even though Turkey's in Naples. France is in Tuscany, which is I'm helping for now, but still it's a stay of execution for John. Austria does lose Romania to Turkey because Turkey was trying to move them out, but oh no, I've accidentally stayed in your dot. I'm so sorry. Quite a nice one for Matthew, that, and also gets Naples. So Turkey, 1904, as a fleet the other side of the Ionian Sea and is up to 7 centres. So this is how Turkeys get big. Great to see it from Matthew. He's having a really, really strong start to the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great position. I love it. Can we play Who Do You Want to Be? I want to be Turkey. I'm calling Turkey.
Yeah, for it. Be Turkey. Why?
I mean, McCall's just said it. He's going up to, he's in Naples. I mean, he's going to keep Naples unless Italy goes down another build, right? Because France can't move there. I don't know. It's good. It's good.
McCall, who do you want to be other than Turkey?
I think France. I think France's position is also really, really good. I mean, you've got a mostly friendly Italy. You've got a good chance that you're going to take Rome and Tunis out of it, and England is heavily committed against Germany. So it's not impossible, but it's unlikely that they can turn around and attack you here. So yeah, this could also be a really solid position for Tim to start growing very rapidly.
I will pick the third choice of England. My argument being that France and Turkey are going to beat their heads against each other, and Jackson's going to be able to come in at the end of the game and just squeak out the top. I think it's unlikely, but I see a path.
Yeah, I think it's quite doable. It very much depends who Germany prioritizes defending from, because they can only defend from one of the two.
Yeah. All right, spring of 05.
Yeah, I didn't like the fleet in Eddie. I don't think it's not anti-German. It's not that pro-Russian. It's very anti-France. So I'm not.
I mean, yeah, they obviously, Jackson's got a guaranteed hawk into Brest, but actually this turn has gone so well everywhere else for Tim. Does it matter? He gets into Holland. He gets 2 on Berlin or Kiel. He's walked into Rome and he's backfilled Tunis while pushing Italy forwards.
It does matter because he's going to convoy to Brest, and then he's not going to be able to block England out of Mao, and England's going to get a build. It does matter. It's not great. It's not great. Like, yeah, he's in Silesia. That's a cool place to be, but like, how much is that really going to help him?
I mean, it helps him if he gets 2 builds, even whilst losing Brest. It's probably really good news for Matthew, though, because either way, the EF war is more things going right for Matthew to Tonchi. Okay, he's not in Ionian, and there's units enough that he possibly will lose Naples and be pushed back, but he's Turkey. He can take a couple of years of taking a little bit of a breather while he's still pushing forward on the Russian front and still seems to have a friendly Austria.
You called it, Katie.
And yeah, and Germany is not on board with just throwing to France. So
Yeah, Tim made the wrong guess on Kiel. Could have supported himself in and would have got 2 builds from this year. As it is, he only gets 1, which makes it a bit rather more difficult to defend from England.
I think he still gets 2. Right, he's got Holland.
Oh yeah, he's
Rome,
up
and
Holland as well. Yeah. Yep. All right, fair enough. So yeah, he still gets. Yeah, well, that Fleet Marseille, Army Paris. It's not a terrible position really. I mean, Germany is going down another unit.
But Germany's moving away from England. I don't know. I like this a lot better for England than I do for France.
Oh yeah, I like it for England, but I'm saying it's not like all over for Tim. It's not catastrophic, and there's still potential further growth. I mean, with Austria taking Venice,
With the fleet.
Yeah, I know how much you hate them, but yeah, there's Italy is off the map. Sorry, John. Unfortunately, the no build 01 did not work out, but well played nonetheless.
So, Katie, Chris Kelly put this in chat. Matt Tatanchi should have helped Italy retake Rome. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I probably would have if I thought of it. I mean, I guess it depends. It depends a little bit if he thinks that England is a bigger threat now than France, and if he wants France to get stuck fighting England, that's good for him.
It's also like, do you think that that's what Italy's trying to do? Because Italy's just been working with France the last few turns. So if in that case, maybe you expect to lose Naples to some sort of alliance, and therefore you prioritize helping your ally take Venice.
Yeah, but with the army. You help your ally take Venice with an army.
Yes.
All right. All of these adjustments seem pretty reasonable to me. Spring of 06.
All right. France now pushes into Naples, and because Austria is pushing the fleet into Apulia, they get to piff the Turkish army. That's not ideal by AD. They really should have seen that coming and left a retreat for that fleet. Yeah, that's definitely an error on their part. Great news for Tim Crosby, who now gets Naples, gets to keep Rome quite easily because there's actually only 1 unit next to it.
Because Venice. Cody, please don't ever put a fleet in Venice again. It's a terrible place for a fleet.
Yeah, but Jackson, they've sort of gone forward with the fleets. He's got a 50-50 on Iberia this turn, but if he doesn't get the 50-50 and Tim gets to build again, his attack actually peters out very quickly from here. And Tim's still got guesses himself around Germany. There's all sorts that can happen up there. So Tim is, so far, he's weathered the storm. If he can make one more turn of weathering the storm and getting his guesses right in the mid, he could actually come out of this with 2 builds in pocket and just go say to Jackson, all right, your attack's going nowhere, why continue it? Matthew, meanwhile, is just getting better position all the time. Like, yes, he's pushed Austria into Warsaw, but he's followed up to Galicia, he's in Ukraine. This is a beautiful alliance for Turkey because it's an 80 where over Austrian army has moved in the opposite direction. And yeah, okay, there's 1 in Greece and that's it. Other than that, it's all there for the taking as and when he wants it. He's got the sort of Damocles hanging over Cody's head.
Why is Sweden going to Finland? Like, I guess switch out St. Pete,
Yeah.
but like,
Yeah, he wants to put the army there.
but why?
Well, if you're friendly with Germany, what
Yeah,
else
I
are you
guess
going to do with that army?
I don't know. Try to put in Holland or something. Convoy to Belgium. That would have been fun. He could have convoyed to Belgium. I mean, how would he know it would work? But he could have.
Well, he does guess correctly this turn, though, because Tim has walked out of Belgium to cover Burgundy.
That's definitely in this order. I mean, Holland protected it. Holland for it was definitely in this order. That's rough.
And was it a deal of, England, you can have Belgium if you take it and walk away from me? And if in that case, England broke the deal. It looks like he did guess correctly on Spain. He does keep Naples and Rome. If he'd managed to get a correct guess in the middle, he would have still had a build despite losing Belgium. As it is, he's staying even, but his position's getting more stretched now. So definitely not a great turn for him. Austria and Turkey, yeah, it all stays pretty even, and it's really looking quite nice for Jackson now, because if everyone else stalemates, Jackson just keeps ticking up 1 dot per year. This is how he ends up topping.
Another fleet, though? Jackson.
Well, if you're not going to, I mean, if you're not trying to, you're not soloing from this position. It's 1906. There's only a few turns left. Maybe fleets are enough.
Yeah, I mean, like, what centres is he realistically going to take with an army? Now that France has the 2 armies in Paris, Burgundy, even with an extra army, he's probably not taking that. Munich is definitely not reachable with the AT on the edge of it. So every centre that Jackson wants to take before the end of this game can be taken with a fleet. AT continues to push forward, and Tim Crosby has gone, all right, Jackson, I've had enough of this crap, and has decided to say, I'm going to give you absolutely nothing for the rest of this game. He's giving all the position to the AT. They get Tunis, Rome, and Naples, and Silesia, and Piedmont. This is not how Jackson tops this board. Although I would say to Tim that the one thing you don't do in this position is ever give up Portugal, because it's so hard to take back. So if you're going to punish Jackson, probably should have still bounced Portugal. Spain is easy to retake. Portugal is really difficult.
Yeah, especially you've got fleets moving to Lyon and Western Mid, especially.
Yeah. For AT, it's an absolutely brilliant turn, and particularly for Austria, who now, even though they've walked out of Warsaw and Turkey backfills, they're in 2 dots in Rome and Naples. Probably got a chance of taking Munich, and if Tim is really throwing Marseille, there's a world where Cody could be putting 3 armies down here and could actually play for the top all of a sudden.
I changed my mind. You can put a fleet in Venice if this happens a year later. Then it's fine.
Well played.
And Austria takes Munich, Austria takes Marseille, Austria takes Rome, Austria takes Naples, +3. Successfully bounced Turkey out of Budapest, whether that was arranged or not. I'd imagine probably was, but oh no, Turkey has walked into Greece as well, so perhaps not. Perhaps Turkey has gone, Austria's getting really scary with all these builds, I need to take some stuff. So Turkey is also +3 with Warsaw, Greece, and Tunis. Got a fleet up in Black Sea, which it looks like it's going the wrong way, but tactically that's a really important place. Because if you're building a lot of units as Turkey and you need armies, you need that fleet in Black Sea to be able to convoy 2 armies across straight away. So well planned ahead there by Matthew. He's obviously seen the bottleneck of armies coming and gone, right, got to get my fleet in position to deal with that. Tim, in amongst giving up almost all of his dots, does retake Brest and finally takes Kiel, having lost Holland. So Germany, even though they got into Holland, does not get to actually grow. They stay on 3. Jackson finally gets his army into St. Petersburg at the point where it's probably too late to do anything useful. And yeah, if this is a race for the top, this is a really interesting 3-way race between them.
-5 for France. No, you see every day.
He's going for a record.
We got +2 for Austria, +3 for Turkey. England staying even. All armies on the board. Katie, I'll go to you. Do you agree with these adjustments?
Yeah, I mean, I think Turkey and Austria are obviously going to fight it out. I think that in order for Austria to win this, he needs help from probably France, and I think France is going to be too busy trying to punish England. So I think it's going to probably go to Turkey, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. And then I don't know if I'd agree with Tim's poll that 5. That's so bad. That's so many.
I mean,
sure. Yeah, you did the right thing, Tim. I don't know what to say. Oh God.
I have to say that
too.
Yeah, the problem is that even with all of this, I can actually still see Jackson being able to top. I mean, the fact he kept Ruhr and Paul Paris was interesting because it just
Stop.
made some guesses there.
What? Stop. What did Matthew say to Cody? Oh my God. What did he say to Cody to make this happen? That is outrageous.
I see
Wow.
Johnny had just said 3 Austrian tops tonight. I tell you what, if Cody manages to top after Turkey managed to get both convoys across, fair play to him, but I don't see it happening.
That is nuts. That was some good. I mean, everything held. Every single thing held. That is so. Whatever he said was good. I want to listen to that. I want to know what he said.
Perhaps it was a tribute to John. John held everything in spring 1901, and Cody went, I've got all 3 Italian dots, now I'm going to do the same thing. So that's it. If you own all of Italy, you should hold everywhere. That's definitely the moral to take from this. There is no other.
My God.
But Jackson's still got a really easy take of Denmark. Okay, Jackson has a less easy take of Denmark if Germany stabs him and takes Holland for a dot that they can't build.
Rough.
See, okay, they do have an open home centre, but that open home centre would have got them the dot from taking Kiel. So that is actually, they've stabbed England for a dot they cannot hold. Or it was a hostile support, in which case Tim just being really clever, because if it's a hostile support and that was supposed to be a self bounce, Tim is just sitting there laughing at Jackson. And
Yeah.
Was.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Jackson still gains. He gains Marseille. Matthew, for all of those armies getting across, doesn't actually successfully take Serbia because he doesn't
Why not?
take Budapest.
But why? It's guaranteed, man.
All that
Matthew,
great
my
work in
friend.
spring are not followed up in autumn. But yeah.
That's sad. Steven just confirmed it was an unwanted support.
Nice.
How does he know? Was he Germany?
He was
Steven, were
GMing.
you Germany?
He was
He was
GMing.
GMing. Oh, I forgot.
All right. We got these are interesting orders here. We'll do some predictions. Katie, you've got a poll that you've got to do if you're Cody. What are you pulling?
Ooh. Silesia? Maybe Silesia?
Michaelis?
Munich. Because you're not holding it anyway, because Germany's building an army. So you may as well use the unit to attack. With Silesia can attack Turkey and do something useful. Munich. What's he going to do? Just be dislodged.
Jackson.
Well, we know he's not going to build an army, so.
I think there's a case for one this time, because now with the
There's always been a case for one.
with the 80 war and the potential to convoy into Holland, there is definitely room. I think Jackson's actually got the best position to top from here, even with Tim throwing everything at him.
No, Matthew should still have this. He should already have 11.
He should, but he's running out of years to take him.
Well, now he's got it.
He gets into Serbia. He's bouncing
But didn't
himself in
backfill
Ionian.
Romania, though. He didn't backfill Romania.
Hey,
Why not? Because
that went wrong for him last time. He obviously wanted to get the army somewhere
it
useful.
would have worked last time if he had tapped Budapest. I'm just saying, there's like guaranteed moves.
Yeah, I think he's prioritizing being able to defend Moscow because, hey, Austria's come to Silesia and can tap Warsaw, so now he's got the ability to at least hold Moscow. So I think actually it makes more sense. You don't necessarily need another army there right now, although it would certainly help. I actually probably would have taken Greece to Ionian just because an Austrian army in Greece is easy to pith. So that I think is more of a problem. Because it's hard to see him getting more than Serbia this year, unless Austria heavily misorders. Jackson does build the army and puts it straight over to Picardy, but he can't take Paris yet because Tim has once again managed to block Gascony and continue to stop the threats on there. Although, even actually, Brest isn't 100% guaranteed, although Marseille can tap Burgundy to try and guarantee it against a brace. And Jackson's still sitting there with Holland and Denmark in his pocket. So I think Jackson's probably topping.
Germany also supported that convoy now. What's Germany doing?
Well, if Belgium was a hostile sport, Germany was on board with England throughout.
Oh yeah, I forgot we decided that's what that was.
So Cody does take risks with his dots in Austria, and it does heavily backfire. So Matthew gets an extra dot out of it. Makes a really nice guess with Moscow to Livonia. I mean, what a move that is. But a complete transformation of the position to him. He keeps Warsaw. Okay, there's still German units coming his way, but Austria is pulling units off the map. So Silesia, there's a very high chance is about to fall off of this map anyway. So you've just replaced one with another. Really, really nice guess by Matthew on that. Got to give him credit there. Gets into Budapest as well with another correct guess, although that's one that probably shouldn't have worked. Jackson pulls his fleet into Western Med, which now that he's got Brest and Tim Crosby is down to 1 dot. Okay, that dot is probably going to support the army in Gascony to be as annoying as possible, but it's easily contained. And the German armies are still moving out of their dots so that Jackson can walk into them at the end of the game.
Winner of 1909. Do you for these? All right.
It's Zach.
It was Zach all along. It's unknown is Zach.
Confirmed.
Why? Why?
I mean, Germany obviously doesn't want Jackson to walk into their dots at the end of this game.
But you can defend with armies.
Yeah, I mean, you force Baltic Sea in spring, and then you lose Denmark to North Sea.
Yeah. What? Why? Oh my gosh.
Oh, Matthew. Tyrrhenian Sea to Lyon. And you actually get to walk into Spain. My instant reaction was, oh, that's horrible. And then it was like, oh, no, that's genius. Because England hasn't backfilled Mao. And this is 1910. It's almost certainly the final year. You were going to lose Tudors either way. Now you get Spain because I assume this was somewhat coordinated with Tim to make him bounce Gascony. Yeah, brilliant. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Danes Trieste does lose Warsaw, so he's down to...
And taking the dot from your rival for the top.
Yeah. He is currently on 12. Like, he's lost Warsaw and Tunis. He's gained by de facto Spain and Trieste. England has gained Denmark, which gets them up to 11. So England has to make a correct guess. They have 2 on Belgium, which means they can guarantee that. They also have 2 on Paris. But to guarantee Belgium, they can lose Denmark. So actually, that's not a guarantee. So, yeah, this is really tight because Vienna's probably going to fall. Venice could fall.
Katie?
I don't know why. I think it's weird that Jackson tapped Moscow. Like,
that's because he wants Turkey. Turkey's his rival for the top.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that if you could let me finish my sentence, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think it makes full sense, though. But Matthew doesn't care because he makes the correct guess yet again and retakes Warsaw and keeps Moscow. England does... England tries to defend Denmark but loses the guess. Does get Paris and Belgium. I think this might have been enough for Matthew. I think he may have done it. Holds firm on Trieste rather than taking Vienna correctly.
Is it 1910 or it's timed?
It's fall 10. It goes to it's time limited, not year limited. So there's a chance it could go to 11, but most likely it ends here. So.
Assuming this is the final year, I think, if I'm counting correctly, Matthew has done it with a lot of brilliant guesses.
Katie, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, Spain and Tunis are a trade. Up Trieste didn't lose Warsaw, so that's +2. And I think Jackson is neutral, right? No, he didn't have Denmark. Up 1 for Belgium. Oh, and Paris, but still close. Close, but
So we end with Matthew Tatanchi at 11, Jackson Roberts at 12. We'll see if the game ends here. We're still playing.
Ooh,
Still
okay.
playing.
All right. Well, that changes things. The game's gone fast enough for there to be an extra year. Oof. But once again, it looks like it's Matthew making all the right guesses, gets into Apulia, with Austria accidentally walking out.
He's got
Does
Vienna.
get up to Galicia, so yeah, Vienna's now guaranteed, and he can no longer lose Warsaw or Moscow. So his correct guesses there last year are even bigger and more important because he's won all of them. Germany gets into Sweden, so even though England's got a lock on Denmark or Holland, they can't easily take both. Turkey walks into Portugal, so even though Spain was guaranteed to be lost, doesn't matter. They're still gaining. They're still even on that front. England does have a unit next to Munich, which Austria could actually throw that dot to England to punish Turkey here. So Cody's got the ability to punish Turkey the same way Tim tried to punish Jackson. Oof.
Steve Hoaxing did it with 1 minute.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, Katie. Talk to me about you picked Matthew Tatanchi. Matthew's making lots of great moves here. What do you say?
Yeah, I think he's played pretty much everything right. The turn where he got Austria to do all holds after I thought they were clearly going after it, that was so beautiful. I love that. Yeah, I mean, he's got Vienna. He doesn't have Naples, I guess, but I think he's got it.
Right, so still guaranteed to be the last turn.
Just to reply to Chris Kelly's comment of was a draw proposed and hastily vetoed, in VDL the clock does not stop for draws, so if that was a tactic, it was not an option. Looks to me, Jackson has not gained anything.
He's neutral. Yeah. He said, and yeah.
Guessed wrong on pretty much everywhere. He doesn't get Denmark because he went for Sweden. He doesn't get Holland because Germany made the correct guess there. Meanwhile, Turkey just takes Vienna and wins. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
The game ends with Matthew Tatanchi's Turkey out racing Jackson Roberts England for the board top. Well done. Steve Hogue says there was one draw vote in this game in spring of 2007 and 3 out of 5 players voted no, which I agree with that. In spring of 1907, if I were one of those 3 players, I also would have voted no. And he said after that, I think every suggestion of a draw was swiftly, publicly vetoed. So, Katie, I'm going to go to you first. I know you were just talking about the diplomacy involved in preventing like that conflict between Cody and Matthew. Gave Matthew some tempo. What was the story of the game for you for this?
I think if you are Turkey and you can find an Austria who wants to work with you, you should do that. That's my takeaway. I mean, I've thought that before this game, and it has continued to reinforce that. I also think Jackson played a great game. I mean, he was looking in 0-1 like it was going to be rough, and he got Jason kind of on side and got Tim and Unknown fighting. I think he played very well, and he was pretty close. I think if Cody defends against Matthew's Bulgaria and Romania moves, I think Jackson's got a real shot.
Yeah, I mean, this game was sort of had a theme of very hard falls. Jason, who had a solid start and then just immediately collapsed. Italy just collapsed. France, who went from 9 centers to 0 in 4 years. Don't say
5 disbands.
Austria as well at the end. Like this chart, you don't often see these rises and falls with such steep lines. And Germany, the one exception who after falling managed to make a bit of a comeback. But I have to say, I mean, Jackson played brilliantly to get from the sea line, defended spot on with the army build, got Tim on side, made the stab. but Matthew, he deserves this top. I mean, Jackson is known as one of the best tacticians in this game, and Matthew made every single guess correct, like without fault. Yes, he made brilliant diplomatic play as well. Fantastic to get Austria to not react to his builds, but pretty much every guess in those last few years, that Turanian Sea to Gulf of Lyon move was genius, and it won him the game. Like, at the end of the day, this would have been 13-13 if he had one less and England had one more, because he hadn't made that guess. He made the correct guesses on Warsaw and Moscow repeatedly, made the correct guesses in Italy, made the correct guesses in Austria. He, like, so rare to see someone. That's sort of Peter McNamara tier psychic levels of, you've got a 50-50 and you know you're going to lose it, because Matthew just nailed all of them, and you cannot give enough credit for that.
Well played, Matthew, and very impressive play. Let's take a look at our standings, see how things shaped up after all of our games. And here we see Nicolas Taillet, first place, 380. Ben Kelman, 308 in second. Jackson Roberts up to third, to 229. Michalis Camarides, fourth. Johnny Gillum, fifth. Jason Bennett, sixth. And Matthew Tatanchi, on the strength of that last performance, moves into seventh. So thank you to all of our players. We had some really, really fun games, very diverse sets of play tonight. Lots of fun. Thank you, Dip Chat, for joining us. Great insight as always. And especially Michalis and Katie, thank you for joining me tonight. Had a lot of fun. David Hood, thank you as well. And thank everyone for watching. If you enjoyed the show tonight, please remember to like and subscribe. That really does help our channel out, helps spread the game of diplomacy that we all enjoy to a wider audience. And I will give each of y'all a chance. Katie, I'm going to start with you. What do you see tonight? What do you enjoy the most?
We saw some fun games. I really liked that German league game with the Italy convoying to Spain in 2002. Like, that was nuts. That was super fun. I just thought that was a lot of fun. Also, thank you, Brian, for hosting.
Happy to do it. This is a pleasure. Michalis.
I think my favorite game was probably the Johnny and Morty game, just the craziness with the three of them with Zach as well, and the ups and downs in that, and you just couldn't see what was happening next coming. I think, again, Matthew played an absolutely exceptional game at the end, and Nicolas with his brilliant top in the middle there with a score that 380 points should lock him into the top board already. That is, I've got 3 huge tops banked. I'm going to the top board. Catch me if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, league play is in full force. We are roughly a quarter of the way through this season already. We're going to have our first DB&I standings released in a couple of weeks. Really looking forward to seeing that. And this year we are making a slight tweak in how we're releasing the standings. We're going to include league standings as they score rather than waiting for the end of the season. We're hoping that will make things a little more dynamic and avoid the situation where all the points come in at the very end. So no change in how it's being scored, just in how it's being presented. So we always love a good horse race, and our theory is that that's going to keep a little more movement as we go through and really tell a more accurate story of where we're at. So stay tuned for a countdown with Zach Moore and I coming soon. And thanks again, Michalis, Katie, David, Brandon, for programming all of the software and helping cover for me while I was out some of last month. And thanks to all the DBN crew. Thank you all for watching. Everybody have a great night.